This is a brawly fight, quite messy. Behind me, look how far he's been pushed over, the paranoia is so damn good. Shout! giving him that 1v1, and it's Cena coming out on top.
Everything picture perfect on that one.
Aslan has to go huge, and he does!
Oh my god!
Huge going, but look how deep it is. It's not free for all. They have to find their way back in, and Maxwell holds them!
Right, Zipan is so low. Oh, it's Jordy! It's Jordy! No way! Trying to set up a crossfire here, out to the open. Nivera, very risky, but Shin is able to trade right back out. Both of the players hand in hand. Peek out from XMS, ends up dropping Shin. Good first shot, good double up, and now he's got only one left. So there is Sober, recon to the floor.
Hello everyone and welcome to one of the most important days of the entire season. We're coming to you live from Messe Berlin. There is just one spot left from EMEA for Champions, and by the end of the day we will know if it will be Navi or Koi who will be booking their tickets to LA. I'm your host Yingsu, and as you can see we got a full house today. We've got Kakuka here, Lothar here, and PM. We've stolen you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome
thank
back,
you.
actually.
But yeah, I'm still here, surprisingly enough.
It counts.
And I'm happy to see you guys again, but still a bit sad from yesterday.
Aw.
It's sour, you know. I'm between two emotions right now.
We'll take care of you. We'll make sure that you're doing fine, and it's a very important day. Yesterday was as well, after Giants secured the spot, because nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
you did.
Well,
Yeah.
you're wearing red, kinda, so that
Yeah.
kind of fits. But
I think that most people in chat will not know what the reference is from.
Over the age of 30,
So
I
I
nice
had to
rider.
explain it yesterday, like
Yeah.
when we were having a meeting. It's like, oh wait, what was the meme? I was like, oh, I'll explain it.
Wait,
to
is
you.
that a meme now? We call that a meme?
Well, it was a
It's a
meme
skit.
25
Back in the
years
day.
ago,
Okay.
essentially.
All right. Okay. Let's. Before everything gets derailed, PM, I'm gonna have to put you through some pain. I'm very, very, very sorry.
Again?
But yeah,
It
we
never
didn't.
ends.
We didn't.
Never ends.
We didn't get to properly say goodbye to K-Core yesterday
Oh.
after they were eliminated. So we will use this opportunity to gas them up, because I don't know about you guys. I only have positive things to say. And for me, Kakuka,
Yeah.
Zeish, what
Yes.
an MVP.
Exactly. I think that KC went through so much during the entire year, like from the beginning, losing a player, then Zeish, as you were saying, you know, catching up, filling in the holes, and actually, you know, having a better performance that we would have expected. As you said, I think that yesterday especially, and the day before, he had a very good performance. So I would be happy with the end result. We know that not everybody can win, but they made it this far, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just very happy that KC had this showing at the end of the season. Side for me as well, in the spotlight yesterday, had so many like important clutches, but also XMS. I think like he found his footing finally and was able to perform well after some role swaps and finally settling down. So in general, I was just very happy to see KC play way better than at the beginning of the season, you know?
Yeah, is that fair to say, PM? Because I feel like a lot of people didn't have high expectations for your team, but were left with a good impression despite what happened.
I agree with you guys. We will miss them a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah, and for the expectations, we knew it was going to be hard. It was a gamble. And I think until the end, especially at the LCQ, we felt like something was sparkling up. We had some opportunities to be bright and to try something new and to actually show what we are capable of. And we failed this time fighting, actually, because during the season we didn't fight enough, I would say.
I wouldn't even use the word fail, honestly. I think you're being too harsh on you guys, but we're going to miss you. I miss your players already, but if we take a look at the bracket, this tournament has been brutal. You know, we've seen teams eliminated already, and of course Giants, like you said, Kakuka took that spot 2-0 all the way through. I think that's been my biggest surprise, that everything's been so clean.
Exactly. Not only so clean, but if you look at the screen right now and you look at the bracket, every single thing that happened during the regular season has been repeated here in playoffs. Every single win, even K-Corp against BBL, then Giants against K-Corp, everything has, you know, followed the same course. The question is, now that today we're moving into a best of 5 for Koi and Navi, are we gonna keep having the same result?
and Koi never played a best of 5 before, so this is also another question. But if history would like to repeat itself again, well, that means that Koi would win against NAVI today. How many people would predict that, right?
Did you, PM? Did you think that this... I mean, did you feel like Giants were going to qualify in this fashion as well?
No, because I expected us to beat them, actually. No, honestly, it's not that big of a surprise for me. And NAVI being the lower brackets, neither. And being like, in a way, resurrected against us in the lower bracket, it's not a surprise either. So, yeah, it's mainly the Heretics lose is a bit of a surprise for me. Could have gone either way. So, yeah, right now, Giants being like, well, we can rely on them. We know what they're capable of. And they proved it so far, so no surprise here.
You just made this girl the happiest person in the world.
Yeah.
Because I remember you sitting right here, day one, week one, saying the Spanish teams are all going to make it to champions. So
Well,
you
at
might
least
get
a
2
couple.
out of 3.
Maybe a couple. I'm happy with
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
You never know. And speaking of things I
out of
never
3?
know, I'm usually pretty on top of what's going to happen in the show. So I'm looking forward to this one because you got a
Yes.
surprise for us, Guguga?
Yes. This is something that we did during the regular season. Lothar was here, you were not here, but we're going to play a little game called Make It Make Sense. This is going to be the Last Chance Qualifier edition.
Is this the NAVI comp for today?
Yeah, this is a composition. One of the tasks for Lothar is going to be explaining the strengths of this composition. You can take a minute to breathe. But basically, I'm going to give you 3 subjects. You're going to choose a subject. I'm going to start with you because you're my favorite person. And I'm going to give you 3 statements. 2 of them are going to be true. One of them is going to be a lie, and you have to spot the one. You can also participate if you want, but you know, I also have a subject.
Oh, so this is just a round for me. All right, I need to figure out the lie. Okay, I'm excited.
Subjects.
Yeah.
Maps, agents, or player performance.
I'll take maps. I'll take maps. Hit me with it.
Let's hit it first with maps. So the first statements.
Okay.
In EMEA, Lotus is the map with the most unique composition.
Thanks, Navi. Yep. Okay, I'm with you.
You like
I'm with
that one?
Yeah.
Okay. The second statement. Across all regions, Pearl has been the most defense-sided map.
I think that's a lie, but yeah, carry on.
Okay,
I'll
let's
look
see
at the third
one. Every map has been played at least once in every region so far.
2 is a lie. 2 is a lie, and I have a feeling maybe Ascent has been the most defense-sided, but 2 for me is the lie. Am I right?
You are wrong.
What?
Actually, if you see the resolution, not every map has been played at least once in every region.
In LCQ.
In Pacific. Yeah, in LCQ. This is
only
LCQ.
LCQ. Yeah.
My lord. Okay, I thought this was the whole
Everything
year.
is going to be related to just LCQ.
That's on me. That's on me. I should have read
Pacific,
the. I should have read
we
the
still
small
haven't
print.
seen by.
Yeah,
Don't worry, I made the same mistake.
I genuinely thought it was not.
Nah,
Miller's
you
and you
knew,
didn't
you
get
knew.
a
No, I
single
didn't.
one right. Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Pearl's the most
Lothar,
defense-sided.
your turn. Agents or player performance?
Agents.
Of course you choose. I am not
Big
surprised.
Oh,
surprise.
it's LCQ.
LCQ
only,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, yeah.
LCQ.
Keep your mind
Thank you for making
in
the
this
mistake
last week. So if we can please see the statements for the agents. First one, no region has played Killjoy on Split
In LCQ.
in LCQ. Second one, every agent but one has been played across all regions. And the third and last one, you can take a minute to think. Breach is the only agent with 100% pick rate on any map, being Fracture, across all regions. We're dimming the lights so you can think.
Number 3 is a lie.
Yeah, I agree.
Because there are teams who are not playing from Fracture. But I can remember if they already played Fracture
In LCQ. There we go.
just
So
LCQ.
that's the question that I think about. I think this is a lie though.
Oh, number 1.
2 of them are true.
Wait, 2 of them are true.
2 of
Wait,
them are true.
I thought 2 are lies. So,
No. 2 of them are true. 1 of them is a lie. The lie.
so I have to spot the lie.
The lie.
Make it make sense,
Yeah,
Lothar.
you have to make it make sense.
Okay. So I think the lie then is number 1.
Okay, so you lock in no region has played Killjoy on Split, you think is the lie. Actually,
so.
that is true. Apparently, Cypher has become extremely popular.
I thought it was 3 as well.
And
Yeah.
number 3, actually, Heretics played without Breach. But luckily enough, I think that Race is almost on the same percentage. I think there is only Talon playing Neon on the map. But yeah, Every agent but one has been playing across all regions. I put this one in for you because Reina is the only agent that still has not been played. So
Thank God.
you lose, but you win. That's
I'm
life.
happy.
All right.
PM, you're left with player performance. Are you
I'm
ready
okay
to take
with
in the
it.
challenge?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So if we go in with the statements, first one. The two players with the highest and the lowest average ACS across all regions are on the same team. This is a difficult one.
I feel I have a
But,
I have
just think about it.
I
think
have a
about it.
take for that one.
Second one, the player with the highest KD in EMEA is Vitinho. Okay.
She wishes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Third one, the only player in EMEA who has never been the last alive on their team is Angel.
That's got to be true.
That-
Surely.
Yeah.
Or is it bait? Or is it bait? I feel like it's
kinda
either
mean.
bait or it's true.
It could be
this is
true because
LCQ
it's only
only, remember.
LCQ.
Yeah.
But this is for
Spot the
PM as
lie.
well. So Lothar
Spot
and
the
I,
lie.
we don't matter.
Spot the BS.
Go on, PM.
It's
Shut your eyes and pick one. I feel like at
this.
this point.
Yeah, the second one is too good to be true for you. But it's true that Vitinho is doing well. So.
Okay. I write this down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
So which one
And
are
the
you
first
choosing?
one is very weird, actually. I will pick the first one.
As
The
a lie?
first one
Okay.
is the lie. And actually, you are right.
Yeah.
They are not on the same team. They are from the same region, though.
Okay,
they are
who
in
is it?
NA. We don't have to deal with that. It's
Ah,
Kesnit up top
okay.
and the assistant coach on MIBR. So, yes, the only player, I just wanted to highlight again, that the only player in EMEA who has never participated, I was looking for stats for creating this, and I was like, okay, let's go for clutches. I was like, Angel, never been the last one alive, so he couldn't even account for all of that. But are we surprised? So we have a winner,
Of
and
course.
it's PM.
Of course. it's
Congratulations.
PM.
You
That's
win
why he does what
the
he
desk
does, and we do
today.
what we do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You get to dictate the desk now for the rest
Seriously?
of the PM. You
That's
do.
great.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
great.
But before we get to that PM's desk, let's get get the ball rolling for this best of 5 and start talking about Koi versus NAVI. Well, this is a very familiar matchup, but the stakes are at an all-time high. Of course, the winner will be going straight to LA for Champions, and the loser, their season is pretty much over. But when it comes to these two teams, we've seen them play already. Lothar, we've seen them play at LCQ. This is a rematch of LCQ and, of course, a regular season, but it didn't go the way we thought it was going to go. Koi actually took that one.
I think Koi played exceptionally well against NAVI in general, and they read them like an open book. And it's something that we have seen yesterday as well. Like
Yep.
there's some really big, let's say, play styles that NAVI represents and doesn't want to go away from them. So it's not really surprising that Koi won for me, but the fashion that they did
yes.
was so dominant. We're actually gonna break that down later on a little bit, but Koi was just absolutely decimating NAVI in both gunplay, which is even more surprising, and the strategical department, because they read how NAVI is going to approach the game against them. So I'm really, really impressed with how with how Koi played that.
Yeah, so we need to actually create a balance, right? And this is the time that they faced off during the regular season. This was on week 1. So everybody was very surprised. Everybody was looking forward to that Koi roster because of the names that were in there and what they could achieve. We had a very, very long game in Lotus, but it's a very big difference, especially knowing that we're coming into LCQ, that NAVI has been a masters, having that kind of preparation and that kind of requirements. I think that maybe we expected a different phase from them, but definitely wasn't here the other day.
I mean, from your perspective, PM, why do you think that Koi, out of all of the teams, have been the ones that I guess have shown almost like a new phase here? And they're beating NAVI again. They have another chance to make it to Champions. What's different about this team, you feel like?
So I think that every team has shown a different perspective and face. And it's a good example to quote the first match of the season of NAVI, because it's a bit of the same story here. The first match, they were not into it. They were not ready for it, NAVI, and that's the same for the season. And that's the Gauntlet also perspective, is that you play against a team that has played before. And I was expecting us to have this advantage against Giants, but we didn't use it. We were like very, very slow to begin with. And that should be the other way around. And I think that's why Koi was so dominant against NAVI for the first match. And I think that's why NAVI is coming back really hard now in the lower bracket, because now they're into the tournament and they are really warmed up.
Yeah, the warm-up, I think that's a really good point. I also want to say, though, the last time NAVI lost to Koi, regular season, they went on to have a 7-game win streak.
Yep.
And they're also managed to pick up their first win yesterday after losing to Koi. Maybe there's something in the waters there, but I think the major difference is that this is a best of 5. You guys mentioned it already, Koi, they have never played a best of 5 as a roster. And if you look at NAVI, they played this core, with the exception of CNED, they played 8 best of 5s. They've only lost twice, and Lothar, those 2 times are only to Fnatic. They have never lost to their other opponents.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy when you think about it, but at the same time, Koi only won against 2 teams in general, so there's there are some patterns.
Listen,
right?
that is going to be crazy. If Koi is to win today and secure that spot, the fact that they can go to Champions just by winning 2 teams against 2 teams in an entire year is crazy. But going back to the best of 5 experience, we see all that side from NAVI, but let's talk a little bit about Koi. The last time that Starkster, for example, played a best of 5, it was in Champions 2021. That is the one that they went to win, but that is a 2-year break from, having this more intense matches. You can go with the, the circumstance of just, win 3 maps and that is all. But for Wolfen, of course, this is the first time in Tier 1. And I think that it's been such a long time for most of them that now having that first experience as a team together, I really want to see, how far they can push that resilience.
How much does that matter, PM, you think, experiences in a best of 5? Or do you feel like maybe it depends on what you do on the day or the map vetoes?
Well, the vetoes, it's just before, it can be random actually, because sometimes you can get overwhelmed by the veto. It just goes right on the map that you want. But right now it's balanced because you have each one veto, and it's much more about the energy level. It can be 5 maps, so you have to get into it right away, you have to give all your energy right away, but keep it for also the 5 map coming up. You can't go low on energy, and know that at the end of the best of 5, the 5th map is mostly psychological. It's mostly like nerves, psychology, and not so much strategy. Obviously strategy, but who is ready to take the 5th map in a row, Who is really who has still the energy to go through everything, losing clutches, losing anti-eco against NAVI, it's always like this. So
you would know,
I know, and that was my mistake. I should have told the player, you will lose anti-eco against these guys. That's the way it is.
I do want to quickly touch on Angel, because for him, when it comes to first kills per round, he's ahead of CNED. He is in the top 5 here. He is front and center. Usually with first death, we see this a lot, but Kakuka first kills.
I mean, for Angel, if you are going and if you're entering that duel, I think that for him, yesterday was a 50-50, but still it was a 13-13, so it's 26 first duels that he's been involved in. Yeah. It's the way that Angel plays. I don't think that we see any surprises here from him.
Yeah, and I do want to take a little bit of a deeper look into what we're going to see today. So if you guys want to go over to the telly and show us what we can expect. Again, it is a rematch. We have footage. It's definitely not one of those games where we don't know what to expect. So have a breakdown for us here, you guys. Oh, no, don't actually have a breakdown. Break it down for us, even.
So we prepped actually how Koi was able to play so well against NAVI on Lotus in the past match, when the result was 13-3, with a very dominant defense from Koi. So first, I'm bringing the heat map, not heat map, but traces of the players playing on defense in the first cycle, so in the first 40 seconds of the round, because that's before the second wave of the utility should be coming down. So there are a few things that you need to pay attention to. Typically, Koi is not going through those lines of defense because they're not very aggressive team against Navi. Navi is such a passive team, right, Kakuka?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it has to do with the composition that they were playing, and probably, you know, Koi at the beginning trying to interpret what they wanted to, what Navi wanted to do with that composition, and then move on to how they're going to counter that. And you know, it's important, you know, playing with the Viper wall that they're going to be putting on this side on A. I think that was very important also because you know that you're playing against a team that does not have a Viper. You need to use the resources as much as you can.
And also very important to note is as Koi also doesn't play Breach. So they fight for Rubble is way tougher for them, but they still had some fight represented there. And because of that, I want to show you now round 8 of this match, where Koi is gonna try to play for a Rubble control, and then something really interesting happens. We're gonna play this, actually gonna go into 1x speed and not 3x speed.
Okay, so as you can see, they move across the Viper wall with probably just a flash, and they're going to manage to get that trade. So Zenith is out. No Neon, you don't have that instant flashy power to go onto the side, and they back off onto side. Placing a Viper orb here at the entrance, so this line of sight is never going to be easy for them. We see Navi trying to, you know, create some pressure onto that, but especially after Stockso uses his wolf and is destroyed, they keep just waiting back, escalating that utility to actually give them that control. And it is actually at that moment, after he uses the second flash, that Coldamenta starts rotating. Important as well that they get the Cypher wall, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of Navi.
So the thing is, Navi is freezing because they want to see if there are going to be any overpeaks from the defenders, but Koi is never letting them actually get any action when it comes to that. So the passiveness from Navi is being now activated after the Cypher ultimate. And when the Cypher ultimate happens, they see the 3-stack on the A side, and now they're going to go into the B. But there is a very good decision making now. I'm going to swap to I'm going to swap to the POV from Wolfen, who's going to be playing on the B side, and he has to make a very tough decision on how to approach this, let's say, funnel into the B side from Navi.
They have that information, so probably he thinks, okay, now I have a decision to make. Am I going to fight this, or am I going to back and just play when the rest of my team is here? His decision making, with the help of Coldamenta that is going to be using an Astropole, is to just take the fight.
Yeah, this is we're gonna be there in a moment. This is you're gonna see how there's gonna be a support from the Astra happening on the B side. I guess we're gonna swap to the minimap.
We can tell you about it.
Yeah, we're gonna tell you about it. We're gonna just show you on the minimap. Wolfen is gonna stop single-handedly the entire push into the B side with the help of the Astropole in that spot. And Wolfen makes the decision to be the aggressor in that because he knows that Navi wants to get into post plant with the Brimstone ultimate. So he has to make that tough decision of holding the B alone. But that funnel is making something very interesting for Koi because they're gonna play the same way on round 10 right here. In the beginning of it, you're gonna see exactly the same opener. So when we're gonna play this, you're gonna see that Navi again loses CNET, and Trex also dies to a Sova ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. That we see they're ulting from here, and then the decision making from Koi is going to be a little bit different because do they want to play the exact same round again? No, they want to be surprising. So they want to take advantage of something that is missing on the Navi side, and it's that they do not have a killjoy. They do not have an active way to just place a turret here that can have the control over what's happening on B main. So they decide to retrieve this control in this 4v4 situation, also counting on Stockso getting the information.
Yeah, this is very important to note because now they know about every single rotation from Navi, but also Navi just underestimated the Koi defenses because of the fact that they never seen an aggression from the defenders of any of the lanes that we have on Lotus. And because of that, Koi was able to completely, let's say, condition Navi into their typical defense and take advantage in just one round. And one round out of 12, that's actually a huge, let's say, switch up in the plan against a particular team. But now, at the end, I'm gonna show you one more last round. This is round 12, when there's a very specific way for Navi to play this. They're gonna go all in onto C side. There's only one answer from the defenders that is actually gonna matter. Which one is that?
To use the Viper Spit. And now Navi, with 1 minute left on the clock, decide to go for the plant. And it's just in a fashion too easy for Koi to close this one up. This is what happened last time. Of course, this time is different. It's a best of 5 and anything can happen. The teams will be making their way to the stage shortly, but first, let's send it down to Yinsu.
Not many people have experienced the joy and heartbreaks of being on this stage. But it is all worth it if you could become one of the lucky ones to make it all the way to Champions. For the first time ever, EMEA will be sending not one, but 2 teams from LCQ to Champions, raising the stakes to an all-time high. And for 2 of our players, this isn't just a chance. This is a shot at redemption. Tonight, they will be sitting on opposing ends of the stage. But once upon a time, CNED and Starkso fought side by side and became the first to call themselves world champions. Nobody could have predicted what happened next. Despite attempting to defend their title, Ascend never made another international tournament. And the boys went their separate ways. However, in a cruel twist of fate, one of them will be making their return to the champion stage this year. But in order to do it, they would have to crush the dreams of their former teammate and deny them the opportunity they waited 2 long years for. It's time. It is CNED versus Starkso, NAVI versus Koi in one final fight for the biggest stage in VALORANT.
Koi. Yeah, wanna be a top boy, keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the block, boy. Keep your mind focused on the top, boy. Yeah, wanna be a top boy, keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the block, boy. Keep your mind focused on the top, boy. NAVI.
It's not just the last chance they're fighting for. It could be the end of their year, and who knows what's going to happen next year with all of the players coming through from Tier 2. It does not get more important than this best of 5 right here. And for you, PM, who do you think the pressure is on? Is it NAVI having to fulfill those expectations? Or is it Koi, you know, trying to make all of the hard work of this year finally pay off?
I would say it's Koi. Koi because, yeah, it was a tough year for them, and they don't have as much experience as NAVI, who went through many tournaments. They know the drill, you know, they know the drill through lower bracket, and they know how to do it.
Yeah, I think that also maybe for some people, the thought of this NAVI, of the FPX that we had last year that made us dream, that we fought for so long, maybe everybody wants them back to those roots instead of this, you know, keep experimenting NAVI.
Yeah, well, Bind and Haven Lothar, not a surprise whatsoever to be banned.
This is something that we completely expected. Both teams were perma-bans essentially. But now the first map is going to be split, and that's a Koi selection.
Same as last time.
Yeah, but not really surprised here. And we have seen NAVI actually play here with a composition where CNED is on Sage duty.
Yeah.
So that is something that I feel like
But it's
Koi
NAVI.
Yeah.
It's NAVI, it will
So,
change. And they
will we
pick
see
attack.
it again is the question.
Koi
also
would like to
choose
see
for
the same
attack.
thing, right?
Yeah, they choose to attack on speed, NAVI. So
Which
I would
is-
say it's to start the best of 5, like with the dynamic and the rhythm, and choose the rhythm. Maybe without a Sage, but with a Jet.
Exactly. Maybe a Jet and Raze, having seen it in CPAN, the best of both worlds when you think about duelist. Second map being Pearl, I think that they decide to go for something different. Maybe they decide to exploit some weaknesses that they saw yesterday when Koi played against Giants.
Well, I can't wait to see what they're going to bring, because for NAVI, it's been a while since they've been managed to win on this map. They've changed the comp so many times as well, and we got Agent Select coming up now, and let's see if you are right.
Yes!
You are right, PM. They have finally put CNET on a Jet on a map like this. Do you guys like the change? Is this a good one?
I'm super happy to see it, because I was just shedding a tear every time CNET had to play on something else than Jet. And this time we're gonna see on the double composition, double duelist composition on attack. This is gonna be insanely impactful, because in my eyes, Split is attacker base if the team knows what's going on in their playstyle.
Yeah.
And here with Shao, also on Fade, it showcases they have a lot more attack-based utility in general.
And not only that, knowing that you have the Fade against a double controller, I think that, that is going to help you a lot when you want to spot across the smokes and actually give your players a little bit more freedom. Do not forget about the combos as well.
I'm surprised they kept Fade. I would have gone for the Sky, but I think it's just Shao being in his comfort pick.
Yeah, and Shao. I mean, you even said if Shao and the other players in NAVI can win those big clutches, rounds they're not supposed to win, it's going to be unstoppable, right?
Yeah, that's the way it is. You will win NAVI will win rounds they are not supposed to, but they will also lose rounds they are supposed to win. And that's the way it is.
Sounds like NAVI.
Yeah, 4 years, and not only on this game, if I may say. So you have to expect things to be chaotic.
I love the fact that they are willing to do this thing to let CNET go back to Jet when they need him the most, where he feels like probably he can perform the best and actually give his team a chance to make it to Champions.
The only problem I see for NAVI is that they have no reps. They have
but that's with everybody.
Yeah, that's the general theme with NAVI, but now they are swapping the composition again, and they have to represent this a consistent game plan.
I mean, this is the NAVI way, Koi. They've taken them down before, twice actually, but can they do it, Mitch and Tom, when the stakes are this high?
Well, it's fair to say that NAVI have been to the lowest of lows. They've really hit the depths on this one, coming into this series, sure, off the back of a win up against KC, but before that, the season has not gone according to plan. Are they right back to step one in this matchup? Another loss to Koi 2 times this season. Is this the third?
Well, the fun thing about the 2 times is that since these players have joined organizations, I don't mean like days of Party Pirates, we're going past that bit. These 2 IGLs have faced off against each other 8 times. It's 4-all, Mitch.
Oh,
it's 4-all, Mitch. One of these guys is going to take the dub and take their team to Champions. The other is done for the year, and maybe done completely. We know the expectations on NAVI, we know the expectations on Koi. This is a big match for either side. Not making it for either of them might call questions. And you know that the pressure is on right now. We're going to be getting into our first map of this series. And that's the thing, Mitch. We haven't even talked about CNED yet. He's back on that Jet. We have CNED on Jet, Starzo on Sky for map 1. This is the dream we had back at that old school Champions that they won. It almost feels like we never left.
No, well, Zipan, right away, he's going to be taking some space, but no fight for him on the other side. A paranoia was used to get him up into heaven, a smoke to get him down towards vents. They're splitting mid in the early round, maybe not. Where's this guy going? A very strange pistol, but he has found a wide open gap in this defense. This could be a big problem for them.
Oh, if it's not a big problem for them, they have eyes in the back of their head. Oh, they actually might push through, though. Doesn't matter. The aggressive spot, and I think they may have even seen Zipan coming behind. I think they've just turned back around waiting for him. Just a split second as Wolfen just spotted him in towards that spawn. And there was a moment where it looked like it was all over in this pistol round for Koi. Well, I think it's all over for NAVI. His Jet's pretty good, though.
Oh, it can be.
1v5, kick things off.
With 70 HP left. It's going to be a little bit easier to take down Trax, maybe Shados as well, but well, they've got a solution to that. Look at the firing squad we're seeing lined up in heaven. Deviating from the plan slightly. Starzo knows it's CNED on the other side. That's a battle he wants to claim. And they've got the info.
30 seconds
Flash
left.
soon to follow. There it is. And the battle ensues in vents. Starzo winning it. And Koi having a flawless start to this map. Incredible stuff from this squad. And, you know, really, they had to cause chaos in order for Zipan to take advantage of it. And, well, they weren't able to make a dent in this defensive side.
Yeah, it's worth noting, obviously, we saw Split literally not long ago, and it was a relatively even first half, and then it was this really aggressive defensive side that came out from Koi that made things very difficult for Na'Vi to play against. Like, there was constant pressure, they were utilizing their own smokes and then flashing out of them to basically have these hyper-aggressive defensive side rounds. Now, with a double duelist for Na'Vi, you kind of expect that same level of pace. And especially when you don't actually have any other flashes other than the one that's coming in for Angel. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to have those late rotations because the utility just won't be there.
Yeah, and flashes on the other side, so important for Starzo. We've seen this guy all season long just look incredible. Since him and Trex divvied up the roles a little differently, Koi have been a formidable foe for anybody mounting up that other side. Navi, I mean, they saw a gap in heaven on the pistol round. Understandable that they start to move towards this position. No investment into the paranoia as we saw starting at the round. It's Sheriffs across the board, bar Sugetsu. It does give them good potential to do some damage. And right now, I think they're just pumping the brakes, hoping that as they take some control, it'll be sought after. A little jump peek from Trex, even gets a nade through, landing at their feet as well, forced up into heaven. And now they know exactly what's going on that Navi side. They shouldn't be overextending into these fights.
Yep, a chance potentially for Warman to just basically farm up those orbs. Easy pickings for him, and well, Xiao will at least get one. And he's another player worth highlighting. Like we've had pretty much everybody else making their way to an international event or qualifying to an international event. I should premise that. He did go to lock-in, they didn't leave him behind. So realistically, he should have the most pressure on him here, but we've seen over the LCQ, he has gone from being, I hate to say it, maybe the worst duelist in the entire league, to right now looking like a formidable force. Maybe a bit quieter when it came to their match versus Giants, who did well to shut him down, but in this double duelist, this 1-2 punch of him and Trex, he needs to be popping, and to see him just get those few early kills, get the confidence brewing, that's a good sign.
And managed to save over that weapon as well, having just the ghost on Starzo last round paying dividends. The economy's very healthy for Koi right now. They can afford many losses coming into this round, which is of course their bonus. Plenty of weaker weapons backing up the one rifle on Trex in the form of the Phantom.
That's the thing though, I feel like on Split, that's okay.
Yeah,
like there's so many close angles, you kind of get away with it a little bit more.
Well, there's a long-range angle for Trex. He's got the right rifle to do the job, but the players have forced him back with utility. And Koi are content to play a retake. Retake up against all these weapons, but they've got so much utility to fight their way back through. Key point being the flash to start it out, but nothing has gone according to plan on this one. The downside of having those weaker weapons, Starzo now has to do it all, and even the rifle ain't going to be enough. A clean response from Navi, but that was very much just a testing ground. Now the rifles come out for Koi.
Yeah, there's kind of what you expected. Wolfen straight away going to have that operator, but the orbs have been split very, very early on. In fact, actually, Zipan's come out of this with the most, which is quite interesting considering they've only won themselves a single round. But it does mean that there's not likely to be any ultimates for the side of Koi that are going to be able to change this one. So the fact that they've come in with heavy weaponry is a good sign. The fact is, though, looking at the initial positions of Na'Vi, they're building in towards what could be quite a fast-paced A-site hit.
Well, as the barriers go up, it's certainly not going to be at the start of the round. They take their time, Cage is down, so the flash gets the info as they cross. No chance of Koi rotating out of this position. They'll look for a fight. Players around Ben to help out. Flash already used. CP across. It's an Angel move with the spike as well. He's dropped it eventually as he goes walkabouts into the spawn. Someone else is going to have to take that and lead it back around. A big fight for Angel now with two players peeking him, and he will not win that. They were aware of the control that was given up. But now for Navi, they are lost. They've got no smokes really to play with on their way back through. Cages are used in everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like now trying to sort of segment this is going to be very difficult indeed. They have control that maybe they shouldn't have, but it seemed like they were boxed in. Instead, well, the trade's going effectively, and that spike has dropped the deck again.
Wolfen's on the way as well with the operator. It's going to be very hard to pick this spike back up and make your way back to the site. Did Wolfen just dash down below? He swapped it out, using the rifle now instead. He really wants a fight. Being so close to the Blade Storm, maybe plays a role, but he's ended up going down. And Shados up against Xiao. Still spike to be retrieved. Time could be a factor. And Shados, he's rotating. They'd spotted him in spawn not that long ago. This angle, already you can see on the minimap, it's not expected. Xiao might be caught completely unaware, but the timing is good. He's just about crossed towards the site. Shados has to sneak up on him, but he's going to get there just in time. A third kill in this round, and a third round for Koi.
You can already see Coldamenta getting hyped up. He knows how important those sort of clutch rounds can be, especially when you have the likes of Xiao and Zipan on the other side, who made a round that probably shouldn't have been competitive look that way very, very quickly. Putting this at a 3-1 scoreline for them. And again, like as we said, like they could definitely put up rounds over on that attack with this sort of composition. They'll probably face the same issues that Navi have done, but I'm still kind of sat here and just looking at those initial stages of the round. Like, we know that Angel likes to take space. We know that he likes to almost command, normally from the grave, but it just having those smokes completely missing and him being the one cutting off rotations, it just doesn't seem worth it.
Showstopper this round to entry, and they're wise to it on the side of Koi, but still Trex goes down. They left the site wide open to give them the space. The punishment comes through. That's a big kill. Bladestorm popped for CNET. Now they've got some info on the players up top. Do they pursue it with a player caught in the corner? No way. They're going to let him slip away. Even a fight off to Starzo that's won. Zipan's round right here. He's gone and he's killed. And the rest of the team, well, they want nothing to do with this. Koi already calling for the save.
This is why we were singing his praises when he picked this agent last time out, just going, okay, Zipan back on the raise. This is the agent we want to see him on. They got battered. And he was, I think he was their best player, but with 14 kills, well, he is already on 8, and we're going into round number 6 after this. So, you know, he's having a very, very good start to this match, and that's a great sign for Navi, because I definitely think some of those players over the last week or so have gone missing. Like, we had a series where Saigetsu looked poor, came back yesterday, was fantastic. Even Xiao at times has looked quiet, which never really happens. But Zipan, looking good, getting a freebie to start with, and then even having the cleanup towards the end. This is putting them in a good early spot, a couple of rounds already on the attack.
Well, yeah, his confidence building up. It's going to be key for this squad. We've already seen the first 5 rounds play out. He's 8-3 right now. If he can keep that up, we're going to have a whole lot more showstoppers to follow through on. Big round for Koi. One away from 2 big ultimates, and they've got the Seekers to help them. A push up from Wolfen, though. And I think they might just be ready for this. Xiao's going to certainly spot them with the Prowler, the spam on the way back, but Dash gets him out.
Yeah, now he can juggle that weapon over. Was basically just trying to give himself a chance if they were to fire back. Mid-control being battled for, but it has been spotted. Utility just to delay the taking of any of that space, but, well, Angel doesn't care.
Yeah, well, look, I feel like I'm back in 2020 seeing this man just teleport in towards the vents. It's crazy to keep an eye on this guy's opening duels, and well, that one's not gone according to plan. Immediately shut down by the Bladestorm, earned up at the start of this. NAVI down to a 3 versus 5. And Koi, well, they can sit pretty, sit tight, and let NAVI make the next move.
Yeah, that's so rough. This is a round as well where just the 2 rifles saved. Everything else for Koi was looking weak. That Bladestorm collected at the beginning of the round, and now you've already seen the difference. It's just, can they take this over the line? One of those guns set up and ready. Coldamenta patiently waiting, maybe not so patiently, but he has support from those blades. Seen it though. He's managed to just do the same the other way around. The jet popping off alongside Saigetsu, and somehow they have an advantage.
If that one was a blink and you miss it, even the Bladestorm to initiate, Wolfen had been hitting every shot so far. But not up against this man. Now, Starzo and Shados left to clutch it, 1 away from a Viper's Pit. A kill for Shados could be everything. Could be a way back through. Flash hasn't even caught CNET. He's good for another fight. And 3 kills on the board. Shados just spotted him, trying to find his teammates, and well, the info fell into his lap eventually. What a response from NAVI, and a 3v5.
I will say, if he plays Jet every map of this series and they win, I'm gonna just be so angry.
I told you so.
He's just gonna be sit there going like I get it. Like, it's better if he can play loads of different agents, but there is a reason why everybody just wants him to play Jet, and it's because he could just take. Like that again looked like another round where I'm like, it's Okoye probably got this. They've got double entries straight off the bat. They've still got a Bladestorm. They've got a couple of rifles, and then CNED.
Yeah, I feel like Lothar might agree with you there about the agent swaps. He's not a big fan of the old Sage. And I feel like he's going to be calling back to this for quite a while to come. I told everyone.
Yeah, wait until he plays Rain the next map and gets 40 kills.
Well, they're lined up, but it doesn't seem to matter. The 1-to-1 trade for the B site starts out well. Yeah, 30 HP on CNET. It's not ideal. Angel getting aggressive up top. Is he going to continue it or just occupy the rafters? Now he's dropping all the way down.
It does make you nervous, doesn't it? You kind of just look at CNET and go, what's the plan? What's he going to do next? They're still within this Viper's pit, though. They're waiting for a lurk to come back through, and Saigetsu is waiting for the pit to go down. Faith in his teammates to hold the line, and for now, that's exactly what they're doing.
They're still staying in the pit, even as the side push begins. The showstopper certainly helps with Trex doubling up, looking for the triple on backside. The trade should be easy now, though, down to 14 HP, and Saigetsu's lurk, the last remaining hope for this squad, smoked off the spray, decent damage done, actually stopped the defuse. He might even be good for more if Shados wasn't a little quicker. The wallbang headshot to save the round for Koi. 45 left on Starzo. I mean, that was so close to a kill.
A little bit unlucky. I think an extra bullet or two and he takes down that player, but again, you're seeing the style. This, for me, it really does just give me old school flashbacks to this map. Maybe you would have to throw a Reyna in there for it to truly be the old school split, but it's so explosive. Just any moment, one of these four duelists seems to be able to take over the round. The initial battle of Wolfen and CNET, and then Trex just almost solo retakes. The rest of the players still looking for flanks, waiting to see what he can do, and almost single-handedly wins them the round. I think Kodamenta had a judge.
Not the ideal range for that kind of weapon. Certainly not a battle that you would want to take up against an operator, but
he was just expecting to get behind the box and just sit there and just gets owned.
And another victim of the attack side operator coming through. CNED making a case for it here on the Jet. We often talk about how your Jet's going to struggle on the attack. You're open in space. I guess that's what you got Angel for. And CNED can focus a little more on just hitting those shots.
Wondering.
It's a great push by Trex. A great position, and he's got the spike for his trouble. Avoided the shot of CNED too. But he won't be able to hold on to that control for too much longer. He's got to let it slip. Surely.
He's waiting for his teammates, who's slowly running round. Can he get anything more? He can! Trex, so confident in these fights, but eventually will go down. And now they know where these remaining players are going to be. Information had, but both on that rotation back. Starzo's going to get pinged up, left into the 1v3. First goes his way, but can't get anything more. Quick response from the side of Na'Vi. This back and forth continuing. And again, it just seems to be the battle of the duelists. Such a fun match.
To kick it off, definitely. And seeing those duelists light up on the attack side, we don't know what we're going to see when we swap over.
He didn't even go out. He just jump picked it. I thought he was trying to get behind the box, but it was more so just CNED is so fast to the reactions that he didn't even get a chance.
The idea there being he'll take an extra second to get to the box. I'll just check that it's clear first. Oh, it's not clear, guys. Let's see what this op's going to be up to now. I don't think we'll be watching anyone else at the start of a round for quite a while with the way CNED's been popping off. Really does look like we've rewound time for the side of Navi, and while they couldn't have a better outcome considering what recent memory has been like for them. Wolfen also tagged up early, and there's a lot of weaker weapons for Koi here, so you don't want to see anyone going to take that space all too quickly.
Right now, it almost looks like CNED is commanding where he wants to go on the map, and the rest of the team are just holding everything else. Like, he's just, look at the setup. Right now, you've got the full Cypher setup, and CNED just walked through his own teammate's setup. And then on the other side, they were putting Prowlers through. Now, the defense has decided, okay, we need to take some space of our own, especially around like this. SMGs, pistols, you have to take some risks. And right now, their risks have got them close to CNED. But as you said, CNED is the ruse.
This is one for a Talus Strider, the push and pull in this round, giving up mid control for Navi, faking it out towards a couple of steps to sell the info, and then they walk right back as the rotations were sold. Koi not knowing what they'd walked into, what they're walking into. Saigetsu dropped after just one shot, not going to connect for the kill. Now there's some serious danger here. All of a sudden, Koi are actually competing. Not just that, dominating in these duels, putting it down to the 2v4 and up on the way back through. A Blade Storm in the open. He's just too quick, but he needs two more. The up saves him for one, and low HP on both players now. An up reload for CNED. He's trying to get over the box and he couldn't escape. Trex tracks him down for the 5th round of Koi.
Oh my god. I thought for a second he was about to do some sort of like 360 up draft, drop down, no scope.
He tried.
Like,
He tried and he was down close.
Sometimes you just wonder. Like, it's like the what's going on inside his head?
I love
like,
the replay, man. He just casually like takes a sip of his drink. No emotion behind those eyes whatsoever. It's incredible.
It's just ridiculous as well. Shots connected. This to pull out the Blade Storm after the initial shot, still land it. But it's Coldamenta, the hero of this round, managing to get a multi-frag with the pistol and alongside that the SMG. It seems like no round right now is safe. Like that's the weird thing of this match thus far is if you have pistols, you have SMGs, you have a Blade Storm, anything can turn on its head, and for that reason, we're going to see a pause.
Yeah, I think time for both teams to take a breather here. Playing the emoji game down the bottom. Timeout NAVI. It's on your screen. Waving to the microphone. Hello, casters. Hello, chat.
I think so.
That's
yeah.
where we're at.
I think so. It's basic stuff.
I've heard the challenge is going to be gradually increasing as the day goes on,
yeah,
Tom.
You know.
So
same for the players.
Who gets the most point? Well, you'd imagine so. As time goes on in this BO5 series, I mean, we've seen what it's like for teams going late into the night after waiting around for the first series. Now they're basically playing the first series and the second. It's a different ballgame and a challenge that these teams won't really be used to.
That's the thing as well. It does look like both teams have picked into what they believe is their strongest map. So Split, obviously, last time out was a really dominant looking victory coming out of the side of Koi. They felt confident in that second half especially. Obviously, they did even better when they played on Lotus, but maybe believing that Na'Vi have fixed some of their problems and then Na'Vi going to get Pearl off. So these first couple of maps, you kind of expect to go the way of the person who chose them, but Na'Vi thus far have kept this close.
Even with the blast pack, he barely makes it out. And a push up by Angel again, going to be caught. On one hand, applauding Koi for catching those again and again, but look at the difficulty it's going to create for this Na'Vi squad. They have taken Heaven and look to fight from here. No smoke for screens as they make their way through. Maybe a cloud burst at best as the showstopper tries to section these players out. And in fact, it has just pushed them entirely off the site. Aziz too late landing in screens. It's going to have to be a full retake.
And they don't have much to play with. I'm looking at Trex though. A single kill for him. We saw what that could do with the showstopper last time out. Xiao has taken so much damage. An extra bullet spammed into that wood could kill him off, but instead, he might just be sneaky. He's helped out Saigetsu to at least manage one, but even still, this advantage sticks with Koi that little bit longer. He's still going strong though, and has Zipan alongside him. Neither particularly close to that spike, but Saigetsu trying to take the elevated angle, and while both players of Koi landing their shots.
I love the ideas there from that attacking squad. They wait for the retake to come underway. The fact that Xiao sits up next to the wall, he got spammed down. You saw him second, even third, guess it. He was going to fall back down. He said, no, they've spammed this many bullets. They won't spam anymore. And on 16 HP, sure, he doesn't get a lot done, but it's about creating that crossfire with Saigetsu. It's about waiting for the wall from Shados to go down so Zipan could participate. You might have had a three-man swing if it wasn't for that Viper wall. But ultimately, Koi prevail, and they've gotten out of it in a very good position. We saw the showstopper used by Na'Vi to no avail, just claiming them site control. A good CC for sure, but it's about Trex now, who's got his own rocket launcher to play with.
Oh, they're playing off contact as well. Nade gonna be out. Flash is actually gonna blind CNED after the fact, and they have Seekers and Showstopper for the late round if needed. For now, though, just looking to see if they can reclaim some of that ground back towards B. And a bit more of a passive hold from the likes of Koi. Sure, they're still battling for that mid control, but it's much further back.
We've seen Navi double back after selling this same fake information on mid before. I'm not surprised that Koi haven't really repositioned all too much. As I say, that Trex does start to come through and reinforce the A site. Might be here a little too late. Himself the cage is landing initially, but never mind being too late. He is perfectly in time, and the rocket fired through. Catches Xiao, thinning out the herd of Na'Vi with CNED falling. This round seems to be all but over. The nade, well, it's too shallow. The bullets will land to finish him off. Nobody falling on the side of Koi, and with just one round left in the half, Tom, it looks like Na'Vi are stumped.
Yeah, it seems like, again, as you mentioned, they're trying to pressure into mid, trying to pressure a little bit into B to sort of bait rotations. But for the side of Koi, they've been so good at getting the reads, and they haven't really been pulling players off because nobody has been forced back. Like, you had all of that Viper utility in mid, you had the likes of Shados basically just, oh, no one here, I'm spamming through the smokes, don't need to rotate. The same with their B aggression. Flash is going through from Starzo to make sure, and it meant that Trex was ready and waiting on that A site as they look to push through. This round, well, it's an investment, of course, for the side of Na'Vi, but a couple of Sheriffs, definitely not ideal. And again, already got a lot of information about the outside of A. This causes a mass rotation from Koi.
Sugetsu knows they broke that trap. He even heard that it was the Tiger doing it. They want nothing to do with the fight outside of A. Moving in towards Heaven. Goldamenta, he hasn't really fought from this angle, typically. Just been shoulder peeking and grabbing the info. This time, though, with players on the site, he had to hold it a little wider. They're not ready for Trex to be here, too. But Zipban's also caught them off guard. Big round for the Rays players. As they look for more impact on the B side, Trex will fall. They know that there's an op stuck in the back, and it's all too easy for CNED with him updrafting away from the nade. A clutch attempt by Shados and a firing squad beckoning him in. Very nicely played by NAVI. They've hit 5 rounds on the attack, and that should be enough.
It's difficult to tell.
Get a pistol under your belt?
Like, it's not a bad resurgence in the half, obviously. Like, it's started to look a little bit better than we saw in some of maybe the earlier rounds. But bear in mind, last time out, it was a sort of similar story with them having a pretty decent first half, and then it was obviously Koi dominating in the second. Now, that second was their defensive half last time out, so it's a little bit different this time. But at the same time, they still managed to pull off a 6-6 half on their attack. Like, they have proven that the more direct approach, the support that you can have between Wolfen and Trex, with Starzo popping them in with the flashes, it could be very difficult to play against. And that's where I do feel like I agree with PM, what he was saying on the desk, is like the difference between that Sky and the Fade on this map, it doesn't really seem to be quite as effective. And we've seen that when they're trying to almost bait things out on their attack side, but it means you can't have those sort of bursty retakes on the way back through. You don't have the sort of flashes other than the paranoia, which a lot of the time you're not going to save throughout the entirety of the round. But it also means if you want to go for some aggressive set plays, it's that little bit more risky.
Be curious to see how Navi begin this side with 2 duelists popping off on the attack. You have to imagine some tempered aggression could go a long way to putting Koi on the back foot as they move on through. In a high-stakes game, maybe where some teams would start to second-guess it. Some teams play more reserved, but well, when you're being helmed by a man like Angel, who's, I think he's gone through the half with 1 kill, that didn't deter him. He was still happy to be the first man through every single time.
I'm sure there's already somebody out there like counting his first deaths, ready for the tweet. The tweet that will probably get them quite a few likes, but maybe. Angel doesn't care. He'll quite retweet it all the same.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. He just said what, like, I'm a good example of what not to do. You should show this to your players and say, don't do this.
Hey, it's easier to in-game leave when you're dead.
It's true.
That's all he's going for, yeah. Wow. Wow. He was the clutch king. He was never dead. What do you mean? At least in Valorant.
It's AFK, more so.
But nonetheless, getting in towards the second half, I do think that Koi are likely to put that pressure on early. And you have to bear in mind that, again, like, on the other side of things, you have that Viper, you have that Astra, a lot of delaying utility. Sure, Saigetsu is going to be under serious pressure, and he struggled in their last match, but also you're going to need Angel for that delay. He can't be going down instantly like he was before, and their retakes are going to be much more difficult if that doesn't work out for them. So I do think this could be a troublesome scoreline, because Koi are not going to be slouches when it comes to this attack.
Yeah, like I said, Angel basically playing that jet on attack, more or less, the traditional role of creating your space. With it being him, he probably will do the same thing on defense, but it's not what we'd expect. Little camera up top. It's a sneaky position as well. I mean, that's going to catch him on the way through. They've heard it. Oh, and they've caught Sugetsu. Wolfen knows that lineup a little bit better. He was more than ready for that swing.
Yeah, just a little pre-fire. I think he also took some hefty damage back in response, but they're not going to mind too much. And after what is a large rotation out from the side of Na'Vi, I think they've realized, okay, they're actually not going to push off this. The Viper wall obviously spotted over on that A site, maybe expected to be a ruse initially, but Na'Vi have read this well. 3 players in the right place at the right time, and they're going to actually aggress deep into ramp. Risky to say the least, but they have to take a risk a man down.
Oh, it's Angel catching them crossing, but he's not able to deliver on it on the site. A lone man of Xiao stands, trying to get some support with Zipan from above, now smoked out. Angel's able to creep up behind, grab one. Zipan more than good, and Xiao certainly had more support than it seemed when this take began. Coldamenta, the last man to the party, and the spike is down in the open, next to irretrievable. 20 seconds on the clock, and 4 very healthy opponents to take down if he wants the win for his squad. See how much he can do, and player with his back turned almost took him down. That was a rough one if you're a Koi fan.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is probably going to be underrated from this take was Xiao's utility. Like, he gets a seize that catches Wolfen as he dashes into the site and stops him being wrapped on. Like, he's unable to... That's the player that's normally going to go all the way through and come in from behind. Yeah. And then he throws out a Haunt as well, and that pings Wolfen, and Zipan gets the kill. So it's his 2-piece of utility, well, there you go, that is just the freest couple of kills for the players above, and then you see Xiao pounce that a little bit later on. His utility doing the initial work, and then his teammates and himself being able to hit the timing on that play. Something we are always going to marvel at, and it's the one good thing about having that fade is that Xiao is maybe the best, if definitely one of the best at playing that agent in the world.
Well, moving to their defense, 5 rounds first half, now a pistol under their belt. Definitely not a bad start for NAVI. Koi down to just pistols. And this is where things can get dangerous based on what we saw the first time around. But on the attack, it is typically a little bit harder to get that value out of these pistols. I thought Angel was going to go pushing down through mid up against the Eco. He only has a Ghost, but it would be a little bit unhinged.
Oh, only a little bit. Well, that's well within...
On brand.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, luckily he has decided to fall back slightly.
I miss the Angel Cypher on this map. Just the most unhinged trips you'll ever see in your life. Just like pointing directly into the sky and just only used to catch off the weirdest of positions. 40 seconds left now, though. So Koi were clearly expecting some aggression themselves. Somebody facing off against him. You are up against the double duelist and Angel, so it's kind of expected in that regard. Angel will be the first point of contact. He gets headbutted. Unfortunately, that doesn't do any damage. But the nade of Trex does for Zipan, though, again. Just easy cleanup, and Xiao will level up that scoreline. It is a close first map, and again, as I said, this is Koi's pick. You don't want your first pick within a series to be close. That's the map you want to just blast them out of the server. Right now, Navi on that defensive side have the chance to take the lead, and Mitch, their bonus round is actually pretty good.
Pretty good is somewhat of an understatement. This is a full buy. I mean, in essence, that's what they're coming in with. Light shields, that's what their opponents have too. For the most part, we're going to see a very hotly contested round from this defense. And I don't know if Koi will be ready for quite this. Oh no, look at the corner from Angel! The fact that he's tucked in, baiting them for the dash through. Second time he's caught him right after the dash. And Wolfen's got to be feeling that now, given next to no space. What a turnaround half to half for this man as well. 2v4. Good luck to Koi. They've done it from similar positions, but they are completely surrounded now, boxed in.
It's Starzo and Shados. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Like, we have seen them throughout the matches they've won pull off some of the most ridiculous rounds you'll ever see. And a 2v4, I don't even know if it scratches the surface. So Navi definitely have to be careful. They also have an awful lot of time. Still 50 seconds on the clock. Chance to isolate Jules. Bear in mind the Angel on the site is tagged low. They've got no reason to spam this. They don't want to give up where they are. But they might be able to find themselves a solo duel. Now, peeking into Saigetsu. Oh, they are going to see him, but the information will be shared.
Here's the flash back online. They're going to use it right into the spawn. Not working out as well as they'd hoped. One-to-one trades just not good enough in a position like this. But Navi closing that out, even grabbing the upgrades to 3 rifles. They have got to have a smile on their face. The attack side of Koi under a lot of scrutiny right now. The responses just haven't been there. And you got to say, Angel, like I said, he came out of the first half just a 1 kill under. Every single one he's had so far this half has had high impact.
And that's the thing. It's always going to be something we mentioned with Navi, that lower bracket run. But I think the bigger thing is, especially if you play them twice within a short period of time,
let's go.
You better have upgraded what you were doing. Even if you were dominant the first time around, you need to have more than that. because there have been clear adaptations. You can see their defensive side constantly pushing and taking space, having off angles. Seeing it is almost disrespectful, trying to spam through that smoke. With a Vandal at that, almost dies to it, and probably what he deserved.
Well, they doubled up down in Vents, hoping for the duel there, but Koi are making their way towards the B site. It's a little bit lighter in terms of what they have to defend with, and now the dash through gives Wolfen some control towards their spawn. Pressure on for CNED, 50 HP in towards the spawn. Nade is on its way. That could even deal damage. He has to give up the site entirely, and that leaves Sugetsu on his own. The fight in Spawn's being caught. They know Wolfen's here. Angel picking off one. CNED's out onto the site to help Sugetsu. They'll fight this one together, dueling as a team. And, well, the numbers advantage certainly helped them out there. Koi get nothing. I mean, CNED was 50 HP going into that take, and he left with the same health.
Yeah. Obviously, that round going in with SMGs, weak weapons for the side of Koi, so maybe not an expected result. They would be as clean as it was, but one that I'm sure NAVI are going to be very happy with. And now you start looking at the numbers building up on that defensive side. They have a couple of buys in them no matter what. That's going to be the moment that the decision is taken to go for a pause. Try and slow things down a little bit. As said, Koi on their map choice. Pearl up next. You definitely don't want to go 2-0 down like that. Streak back is so difficult, and you're going to have much more of a chance when it comes to your own map choice. And with this composition on attack, we know they can do it. It's more so just that, firstly, well, you give me Zipan on Raze, you give me CNED on Jet, and I'm not surprised that between them they have 36 kills.
Hard to vote against them. Yeah, it is tough. And, you know, we talked about Koi. The actual storyline for this squad that even Coldamenta sold coming into LCQ that proved to be correct was the switcheroo of roles, of players going to comfort. Zipan and CNED, yeah, maybe they've taken a leaf out of Koi's book in that regard, and it's certainly working. And you mentioned the fact that, you know, NAVI, they lost to Koi twice, even just in this season. The reality is, for someone like Angel, facing, as I'd said many times, he had he had never lost 3 BO3s in a row. This season he lost 4. And the only redemption he had was the match against KC, a team that most teams don't really hold in high regard. This is a matchup that would be much more legitimizing. He ain't gonna come into this half-assing it, running the same stuff as before. The nade in the seas! It's gorgeous, and it's enough! Not only getting the one, but the showstopper onto Wolfen.
They had nowhere to go. That's the thing, they had nowhere to go. He basically had the nade to force them into an awkward position, and then the showstopper to finish the job. It's a round as well where Koi finally had weapons. They finally had a way back in. They've been caught by a nasty NAVI set piece. And they're not stopping. Zipan's got another nade. Already earning it, using it just to bait for Xiao. And you look at what's left. Starzo and Shados. I spoke about it already. Their clutch capability off the charts, but oh, it's not like their teammates have done much to help them out. There's barely a lick of damage on the other side.
Well, we're down to the Starzo flash to hope that gets him through, but he's not aware that Angel's on the back of the site. This man has been catching them off guard in every which position. With 40 seconds left, Shados as a 1v5. You might as well just start the next round. I don't think he's going to be doing anything all too much as we close this one out. The question is, do NAVI go on the hunt? Look at their economy. They've got a 6K plus on 3 players.
Yeah, it's basically maxed.
You want to find him. You want to take this weapon out of his hands.
Yeah, it's not like they've got anything like an operator even to lose just yet. And for CNED, it might even be the excuse to buy one in the next round. Hunting him down. He's not going to get anything from this one. Another flawless round. I've already lost count as to how many we've had thus far. And as said, like, when you see the attack from Koi last time, it was a back and forth. I think it ended in a 6-6 half. Very close. Thus, this time, 5-0 on that defensive side. Not even remotely close, and well, getting caught, getting stuck, and not even getting a moment's notice from the side of NAVI. They are looking like a different beast coming into today, and well, if you weren't worried as a Koi fan before, they've just taken a second pause.
There's a lot being said by Barbar right now, let me tell you, and I don't think all of it's suitable for air. There's got to be a lot of conversations around how they're going to change this one up, because every single thing they've tried so far has been shut down. No ultis to block them out from NAVI. They haven't needed them. So far, it's just been literally a skill issue. And we need to see Koi recover on that very quickly with Pearl up next. NAVI could set themselves up for a very easy close to this series. And I don't know what Bar is going to be cooking, but it better be something special. They come into this round with a lot of weaknesses, close to a lot of ultimates, but even then you have to question if they would be used if they're gotten online. I think probably most of those will be obtained from deaths.
Yeah, maybe Trex can throw in a showstopper. We've seen him turn around, Wolfen with a Blade Storm as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see them challenge for the orb. I'm already looking at the C's being lined up. Maybe not expecting the same thing twice. A Paranoia in tow as well. There is everything ready to be thrown in, and he's caught again. Should be able to dodge it this time out, but even still, they went pushing, they went looking, and Trex has managed to find the kill, defending his teammates, but his showstopper, it doesn't even buy them space.
No chance to touch the trigger on that one.
They're using everything.
And look at Cosmic Divide that still leaves Heaven wide open. I mean, that's a spot being held by Xiao. You still need a smoke to cross. They put down the Poison Orb, and the Poison's just being pulled back.
They've just spammed out 3 ults, and it got them absolutely nothing.
They're in mid.
Yeah. They literally could have got this at the beginning of the round. They've used a showstopper. They used their Seekers. And it literally has bought them nothing. I think almost just panic using them at that point.
It seems like it. Like I said, I didn't expect to see any ults, to be honest. And I agree with you. You know, Trex gets the kill. You think, all right, blast into sight, get the kills with it. And if it fires into Heaven, it might have gotten 2. But no chance to fire it. Navi just a little too quick to the trigger.
The only good thing that has come out of all of this is that Starzo did manage to retrieve a gun. It was hand-delivered
30 seconds left.
by Zipan. He's been spotted, still in B main. 2 players holding onto this spot. 25 seconds to make this work.
Doing a good job at the start. They know that Xiao was around here earlier. He's the one that threw the C's out, but they won't find him in time, and he's close. 12 seconds left on the clock. They need to plant it in a spot they can be challenged from. 2 players both coming from spawn, and the smoke fades at just the right moment. Koi set up for victory. Sagetsu has to battle back. A player up and a player down. The spam, it's close, but it's not close enough. The angle a little off, and they're going to double swing this. The second he steps out, never mind, Shadow's gone already, and it comes close. But the Sheriff of Coldamenta just about buys them the round. They're going to need a deep breath after that one.
Well, you know, now looking back, 4 ults to win the round.
Right ults. I didn't doubt it for so. Once I saw them online, Tom, I knew they were going to use them.
It's so ridiculous that they managed to turn this. Wolfen being able to get that entry was everything. And again, Coldamenta just making it worse. You could see frustration on one side. 'Cause that's a round again. After they use all those ults, it should have been over. It should have been done.
You can't even call a pause after a round like that. You can't tell them how much that's affecting you. The AWP is already out of the round. CNET gone. You know, out on mid behind the box is where I was going with that one, but blink and you miss it. It's down. Not even really retrievable for this squad. And that marks a first for CNET. His AWP has been so successful in the early rounds.
That one might just be the boost they need, though. That prior round, lighting the fire under Koi, winning that initial battle, and now Sagetsu under serious pressure. Caught in one of the trips, but he hasn't been able to get anything and just stuck at the back of the site, being surrounded. But Angel, Zipan looking to try and help him out. It was the start that looked wonderful, and now it's just Coldamenta. But Angel low, Spike on the site, so it almost becomes irrelevant at this point. He's going to have to take the fights, and the timing could be sublime. He isolates it into the 1v1. Him versus Zipan. 40 seconds left, so he doesn't need to rush, can take his time, and is just patiently waiting. But Zipan's not moving, sitting back within the site,
30 seconds left.
Watching onto that spike, knowing that his opponent could come from any position, and starting to work out the clock in his head, ticking, that there's only so many places that this man could be. He read it right just seconds ago, but now 15 left. Coldamenta needs to find that frag, and Zipan is watching in the right direction, but it won't be enough this time. Coldamenta pulls that one out of nowhere, and another round back-to-back that Koi have stolen from the clutches of NAVI.
This man is looking to take that throne all by himself. The last 2 rounds, he's been looking unbelievable.
10 seconds left.
1 away now from NAVI on the back of a round like that, and we saw how devastating the loss of the previous round was. Now add to it that one. And Koi've got some momentum, some wind in their sails. But CNED on that operator early, he's been doing a lot. This round, they're avoiding him completely, moving towards the A site.
Oh yeah, Coldamenta, someone who's come under serious flack for his individual ability. That round alone might have just made it worth it. We know what he brings to this team outside of that. Angel, this is so risky, but he has teammates behind him just looking to get out of there as a fake, but this time they've been ready for Xiao.
I'm not even sure. He might have been paranoid going for that kill. It looked like the blind had caught Shados, yet still he's good for the frag. Angel on the side, dancing around. He's caught a player on the back with Coldamenta. That's 3 kills already, and he's not finished just yet, looking for Trex. And now the final man of Starzo, looking to snuff out the flame, and it's CNED's up to close the round. 11 on the board for NAVI. Coldamenta had a few good rounds, so NAVI's IGL had to step it up.
That's the thing. That's what happens when he does survive that initial fight. He's going to come out with 4 kills.
He had to sacrifice Xiao now. He was like, you're going down, buddy. One of us has to.
Missed utility, though. Shados throwing that through. I don't know if that was meant to go deeper, but it seemed like it was meant to stop Angel from being able to peak the angle that he took. And because of that, teammates goes down, and from then onwards, Angel is just running riot. 11-9. Back and forth rounds, clutch rounds, big individual plays have been the story of this second half. And once again, the weaponry for Koi sucks.
And Wolfen quieting down too. We saw CNED, so many high impact rounds on that attack. It's a rare thing for a Jet. And Wolfen's experiencing the other side of it, walking through into the man himself, but the trade is there. It's Coldamenta to find that one and push Sugetsu way back out of the site. Cages mean nothing. The traps finding information, but for what? Can't follow up with the Cosmic Divide in the way, and the plant can be found safely. Trex onto Angel as well, doubling, tripling down on the advantages. Now a 4 versus 2 as NAVI desperately try to find any duel to their advantage, and they will get none.
It's actually ridiculous at how much they're able to do with so little. All it took was that initial trade, and then Coldamenta again, just putting up those numbers. It's not something we ever really talk about, but a solid trade to start. Trex alongside him as well, and they even throw a Nightfall in on the side of Na'Vi. They knew roughly where they were, even had them weakened, but it didn't seem to matter. Every single battle went the way of Koi, and what was seemingly maybe the end of that comeback after the 2-round streak and a huge round from Angel, well, it's right back on. 1 round the difference here for Koi after losing 5 in a row to start off this half.
And it's been tough for them to get back into sights. Just look at that round there. Pistols in the majority of the hands of their opponents, certainly in the hands of those who ended up taking the fights and winning them. But these players, it seems like in that moment, everybody wants to be the hero, stepping forward one at a time, slightly out of sync, and Koi take advantage of every single one of those rounds. Now pushing up to 10, the timeout for NAVI, 1 final attempt to get things lined up. And I think the key thing for me is how difficult those retakes have been, and now Koi come into this round, Viper's Pit ready to go off rip. This could be dangerous for NAVI because their lead, for the first time in a while, is under serious threat.
Yeah. No, for this half at least, definitely. Like in the last, it was much more solid for Koi, but it took them a little while to get going in this one. Bladestorm available for CNED. We've seen him pop that on a whim, and I'm sure to get to 12, they'd be relatively happy with that. And a Prowler initially thrown through, crossing paths with the Boombot. Both teams just playing that information game, and even though that Prowler was sent right into them, they've just walked up behind that Boombot. Angel, oh my god, he's about to meet the entirety of the squad. He gets 2, and then Zipan's there. It was almost just a bait and switch again. Angel's risks have been rewarded quite often now in this defensive half.
Try to fight the man in vents. Just you try it.
Or a ramp. That's been working too.
A ramp's a new location for this guy. Vent's been going back 3 years. I don't know what it is about that spot, but he loves it more than any other. And he'll fight tooth and nail to keep control of it. 2v4, and it's Starzo Shados again. We've seen this. We've seen this before, and the result hasn't been great, and it won't be this time. That's the spike dropped in the open, leaving Shados. He still has his Viper's Pit, Tom, but that's about where the advantages end.
Yeah, that's the thing. He picked the sort of 50-50. It was either go back to the vents or try and push towards the B site. And Zipan actually rotated all the way around from the vents to join up with his 2 other teammates who were in B heaven. So a little bit unlucky, but well, from this point onwards now for Starzo, for Shados, it just has to be holding onto the gun. Wolfen doesn't have much cash to go in with the next round, so definitely worth just keeping that extra rifle in tow, but it will mean now that on their opponent's map choice, a map that prior Koi absolutely battered Navi on a 13-6 victory, Navi now have 2 opportunities to take this over the line and head into their map choice of Pearl.
And you talk about a redemption arc for Navi. This whole season has been setting one up. But considering game 1 of this tournament following through,
they got 9 rounds in 2 maps versus Koi last time out.
Yeah, genuinely, I think that's the worst Navi have looked. That's it. The worst Angels team has looked in my memory. And I think especially adding to it the fact that that was coming into that game, they were already on a record loss streak. Just unbelievable stuff for Angel, and that's more or less just been his entire career. As we saw the Vents play last time. Again, post-pause Navi as well. They called a timeout. Everyone's like, yeah, you even rotate from heaven to play with your teammates. Make some stable plays, and Angels unhinged.
This is a lot more direct. Seeker's popped. So much utility being expended, and Trex again already dead. But luckily that Blade Storm in hand for Wolfen. Able to find one. A second in hand for him as well. Looking for a little bit more. He's done damage. Almost caught by Saigetsu, but not quite this time. And now he has to face off against CNED. A Viper's Pit, though. There's nothing worse for an operator to face into, especially with the HP he has.
Oh, I mean, look, that's an ambitious shot to go for. 3 of them already thrown out. 29 HP. And I hope nobody spams back in return. A shot in the dark, quite literally. 5 of them, none of them landed. And it's time to get out of there, live to fight another day. They have burned up at least the Viper's Pit, the Blade Storm from Wolfen. It's off to a howler of the start in that round. Speaking of which, I don't know if you heard that, but Uli's he's brought his pet wolf to work with him today. 12-11. Koi right on their heels, and overtime possible, and who knows who can take it if we end up there. But the usage of these ultimates, Tom, it does put them...
pure ult spam. Like that round was pure ult spam.
Everything
Blade Storm, a Viper's Pit, Seekers. I think they may have even thrown the Showstopper in at the beginning. I'm not sure. Oh, that was on the other side. Okay, Zipan used his Showstopper. I heard it go off and saw Trex die instantly, so I wasn't even sure if he had managed to use it. That's at least close, but yeah. They basically just shredded their ults to make sure that they got themselves back to 11. So the only thing that could even be close to coming online is going to be that Showstopper. Maybe that can be the difference maker for Trex. We've seen it plenty of rounds throughout this game so far. He's right at the top of the board for his team. Not quite matching up to Zipan just yet, though.
Bomb buddy out.
One kill, 1 orb. That's all that Trex is looking for. And we've seen the power of the entry, even just the space taking. With that ultimate, mid push from Navi, 3 players here. Something Koi love to do. We've seen it. Having a star down, pulling it back, flashing through with Starzo. But that's not the plan this time. Orb to cross, and A Heaven under threat. I like taking this control. We may just see CNED give up all of this space. But no, he's falling back onto the site. He's got his dash online, his Blade Storm, but now he's stunned up, still good for Wolfen. Updrafting around to try and dodge a potential Showstopper. He does that, but he can't dodge Shados. The flank coming in. It might be a little late. The player's tucked into positions, and now it's given away, but at the cost of Shados' life. Trex on another. Falls back for a heal as well. The late flank from Coldamenta could be everything in this round. Koi desperately looking to push up to an overtime as Navi want to steal away a map that was an embarrassment for them last time around in this very series. Coldamenta's caught Zipan. His flank and Ven's perfect, and now that's got to offset this retake completely. Do you deal with him from behind? Do you rush into the site? And even then, how's the defuse going to go down? It's looking like Koi have locked themselves into an OT, just a few kills away. No mistakes to be made on this side, and when Xiao falling and Sugetsu in suit, we are pushing up to OT.
It's split, you know. It's split. It wouldn't be right if we didn't get overtimes on split, and to kick off what is hopefully going to be a banger series, taking one of these teams to Champions, and the other team's year is over. Map number 1 is delivering. And with a back and forth. Well, Barber's feeling it, but the job's not done. We've seen them do this, in fact. Remember the map that we saw, them versus Giants, bring it all the way back to overtime and then instantly lose the next 2 rounds. They've got to steady themselves. The job is not done just yet, and we've already seen that NAVI have been a much fiercer competitor than what we've seen from them in pretty much either of the matches they had versus Koi. Although saying that, they did get an overtime the first time out. One of the longer ones we've seen this season.
Well, NAVI mount their attack side once again. And it's a very, very slow pace, too. It's CNED's operator, a big factor in some of the initial rounds. He won't be using it. Instead, down to the rifle. The way they've been losing Angel in a lot of early fights, it left them without smokes. Late into the round, made it difficult fighting out of heaven. This time he's with the squad as they look to make a push. Tiger going through, and it is going to spot Sugetsu. I think he wants that Tiger to see him, hopefully to draw a rotation away from the B site, Tom, but I'm looking at that map, and, well, they are all very much hunkered down, ready for this fight to come through. No one, mainly no Angel, to follow through on those initial fights. It's Wolfen up close, only one for him as NAVI steamroll into B.
God, there's only 2 remaining. Trex has been good. Starzo alongside him. Wary of that flank coming through, almost trying to fake things out a little bit. CNED low, but it's only Starzo left. And Zipan, once more, has gone and killed Koi. Putting this 13-12 in their favor. 29 kills for him. And well, Doombros, Angel, they're going to get another opportunity. Maybe steady things a little bit. I think especially when you have a pop-off round like that for someone like Zipan, you might just need to calm down. It's like, bear in mind, we're going on to the defense.
Take a breather. You don't need to run at them.
You don't. I know you can. I know you can go and kill them all. Well, let's just make sure that we steady this ship, because as we've already mentioned, thus far, the prior series that we've had between these 2 teams, 2-0 Koi, 2-0 Koi. Now, one of them was a 2018 Lotus game, which, hey, we could potentially be seeing later in this series, but that's the fact of the matter. NAVI, this season, haven't even taken a map off of Koi. They've lost the 4 that have been played. So making sure they get this one over the line early, make sure they head into Pearl with an advantage, a map that we are yet to see between these 2, with Lotus and Ascent being the other options past Split. It is a big one for them. And the fact is, Koi, as we've already said, they've been fighting back into games all the way through the season. They've been fighting back into the season, in fact, after they had a huge loss streak. But now going back into this one again, CNED's operator graces the stage once more. But other than that, we've got ourselves the rifles.
Zipan looking to push up to his 30th kill moving into this. And of course the timeout, the OT timeout from NAVI. Like you said, one extra chance to level things out. If you're the side of Koi, it's attack. I mean, it's been successful towards the A side. They've been going there a lot. They've been looking for early control. They found heaven time and time again without fail, bar that one round from Angel. CNED this time pushed up with an operator, but Tom, it's going to put him in a rough position if they do decide to continue that split. I'm seeing the spike outside of B, though. It looks very much like we're just getting a fake.
Yeah, they even had to pre-fire the drop down on the rope just because they might be disrespected by the likes of Angel. It's starting to double back again. I guess just checking whether or not they're pushing in this direction. Sugetsu yet to have moved with 50 seconds left on the clock. If they are going to make their run back, it would have to be soon, but I think this is all just part of a ruse.
Oh, they've realized. They've actually, I don't know what the read was there, but Zipan's staying around. They think it's still going to be B, and it couldn't be any more right. Angel standing in just the right spot. Again, catching them off, and look how quickly Zipan's going to rotate through. He's already emerging from the catwalk, and there's barely anyone left to take down. Just Trex now standing in their way of taking this map, and it's Sugetsu's triple to seal the map. 14-12 in the beginning of the redemption arc for NAVI.
Well, They have the saying, what a difference a day makes. Well, maybe two in this case. 13-6, the first time we saw Split picked by Koi. This time, they're on the other end. The 14-12 victory for the side of NAVI. We've been waiting for quite a while now to see when this team was going to turn things around. We maybe expected it to be back in Japan. It took a little bit longer than that, but they have made a statement here. 14-12, a victory on a map that they previously got battered on, but it's map one. It's map one.
It is map one.
They've got a long way to go.
Map one of a BO5 as well. Still plenty more hurdles ahead of these teams if they want to make it all the way to champs. For now, 1-0 to NAVI, moving into their map pick. We'll find out what the desk thinks of their chances after this.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
NAVI, they have finally broken the curse against Koi. It took 3 tries to get there, but they've taken a map off of them at last on Split. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with PM, Kakuka, and Lothar. 3rd time's the charm, but for a couple of seconds there, Kakuka, I felt like maybe Koi would beat them again, and history was going to repeat itself.
Yeah, exactly, but it ended up happening. What happened to Koi yesterday, they managed to take it to overtime, but they're not able to actually close it. There was some clutches that went their way, but actually, this composition shows a stronger NAVI, a one that wants to play for the strengths, and I think every player had their chance to shine.
You know what's funny is that you mentioned clutches, and Koi had 4 successful clutches to keep them close actually to NAVI, because in my eyes, the very big TLDR of this match was NAVI was playing better as a team. They will have better fundamentals than Koi. They had been better at trading. They had been better when it comes to keeping a tight game plan, while Koi had to rescue themselves with those clutches, and that's essentially it. And also, in general, I love to see the comfort on the agents on NAVI side.
Yeah.
Chaos. We had it. We wanted it. It's NAVI all the way. It's the fashion of NAVI. You have clutches, you have Angel not beginning in a good way, but ending up being the player that you want to watch. And in the tough moments, we had Coldamenta, but it was not enough. So it's good to see that we have players that can clutch too in Koi, but that was just not enough when NAVI is in the lower brackets, clutchings all the time.
The buff is too strong. I'm glad you mentioned comfort, because CNED finally playing Jet on Split. Him and Zipan side by side, they were kind of popping off like crazy. Of course, we didn't see him play Jet on this map, LCQ just yet. PM, I asked you if you thought this was a good decision. You said yes. I assume you stand by that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, especially at the beginning of the match, you can see that CNED was carrying the game, and it was much needed for him to feel like free and do his things. So it's always a surprise not to see CNED on Jet. I have to say that I'm surprised his Neon is quite good. I didn't expect that much. But yeah, it's hopefully giving some rhythm to the game, and now we have Angel and all the others coming up.
I love the fact that we see this micros being used. We were talking about the fade and what you can do with Raze. I feel Zipan was way more comfortable knowing that CNED has his back and that they can actually do that double action onto site. But one of the things that I really picked up from Koi the last time that they played on Split against NAVI is all those micros from the defense. I feel like Starso was doing a great job with Shados and with Trex. Now I felt it the other way around. I feel like they were always keeping the other team on their toes, and it showed in every single round.
In general, let's go back to CNED a little bit though, because it seems like CNED had also a great read on the opponents.
CNED versus CNED, he's his worst enemy.
When he was playing right here in this match, on round 8, he picked up an operator, and he exactly knew what Coldamenta will do, because for the past 4 rounds, if I remember correctly, Coldamenta was jumping up and down and just jump peeking B main, and he got punished by CNED's operator, and that was opening rounds for them two rounds in a row. So he is in his, let's say, comfort zone. He's getting a lot of his job done.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about Angel as well, because we mentioned that his first kill per round in this competition, he's 4th, he's ahead of CNED. He's been doing great, and Lothar on that map, I think he was also ahead of CNED.
Look, I think Angel can be summed up in this game as he played 2 different games. On attack, he went 1-11 and had 4 first deaths and 1 first blood. On defense, he went let me just check. 18 frags, 8 deaths, 6 first bloods, 0 first deaths. It was literally, for him, there was 2 different games that he played. I don't know what he did in the halftime, but it was definitely something happening, because he changed the way that he literally changed the way that he played. He was more confident and at home holding.
Can we check what he's drinking, between the halftime?
You think that's what played this year?
If you want. I think that Marcus is actually being the water boy, so maybe it's Marcus.
I mean, it's just very on brand of Angel to do this. You got to trust him. You got to trust his system. But I also want to say on the side of Koi, you were talking to me about this when we were watching the game. We're going to take a look at this pistol round very quickly, because PM, there was some decision making that were not very characteristic. You think the pressure getting to them?
Yeah, it's the pressure, it's psychological, because it's supposed the same for us. We have been very criticized because we were playing badly, and it's true. So it's not as bad as we did. But here they get the opening kill on Cypher in a few seconds, and they don't commit on it. And that's the weak side. You only have 2 players, and they're not committing on this. And the thing is, they want to do so well, they want to respect everything, they want to be in control, that they are not committing to this, they are not taking risks that they need to take. And to me, that's psychological. To me, they know they have to commit. If you show this to them, they will say, yeah, obviously, we have to go in. But the match and the pressure, sometimes they tell you, all right, let's take a step back, go back to A, reconsider, control everything. And actually, you don't control anything. You're being predictable because Chess is taking information on B. Right now, CNED knows it's A, so we have 3 players defending A, and they will succeed in the defense.
This round, there was a perfect example of a job to be done by the Lurker, and that wasn't done here, because the Viper didn't take any space when the rotation started to happen from A towards B when the Cypher was killed. So what you mentioned is exactly very well explained, because if there would be pressure being done on the B side, the Lurker had an opening to get the map control, but in this case, none of those were happening, and because of that, the fake didn't work. NAVI was back into their place.
Yeah, and as you said, CNED had all the info. You just push B main, no one is there. And this was a really important round as well for Koi to lose, but we are going to move on to Pearl, and I fear that things could go from bad to worse, because Koi, not that good on Pearl, but Kukuka and Lothar, NAVI, very good on Pearl.
Oh, I love that analysis too.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. We wanted to take a look, actually, at a match that we saw yesterday, a brilliant, beautiful Giants versus Koi, and take a look just at this Pearl and the way that you can interpret what Koi likes to do in map. I think that round that we just had, it's so important because they love a little bit of pressure and a freeze. And I'm going to show first round number 15, which is the bonus on their attack. I'm just going to be playing the round. I'm going to be very quick, and I'm just going to show you how they want to take control over B-Long using the KO knife, a flash, and Coldamenta's just going to stick here. 2 players are going to rotate over to mid. I want to do it as quick as possible. And then, as I said, freeze, put a little bit of pressure, and then just walk back. This Giants is going to read very well into.
Yeah, I wanted to say that you picked this, I think this one just because Giants played so well. They took their own space. And then, look, they have a stack into Art. They read the position because they pressure off Koi into the Art. And now the Art, when that is going to happen, they're going to be pushed back from Art into B-Link. And there's going to be a very important job to be done now by Coldamenta and the Killjoy to be guarding mid, because now they are swapping responsibilities. Coldamenta is now doing the execute with the rest of the players, while the Killjoy is taking over the Lurker role from Coldamenta on B-Long. And that is the important thing. Pay attention to the Killjoy. If we can slow it down actually now, the Killjoy turret will have contact on Astra, and look how Killjoy will react. Now this will make her pay attention to mid more and not to the Link. And because of that, she's gonna get trapped. Wolfen then...
Yeah, exactly. Wolfen decides to pick because he assumed that after Rhyme gets the kill in double doors, they haven't gotten the information on Vitinho. But before that, I wanted to highlight what is going on in site. They decided to, after gathering the entire site, go for this plant.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward because they had the opportunity to plant almost in every single location on the site, but because of the plant, they go into long that they don't have the site control, the vision for the spike, and that will result in a very heavy loss at the end of the round.
Yes, exactly. So these 2 players get the kill onto here, and now it's a 3v2. Also, just by this being the bonus round, Giants didn't have that much money, and they're able to retrieve the guns that they're spreading onto site. So now in this 3v2 situation, they lose the round. But what happens in round 18? 3 rounds later, and I promise you, this is a different round. If we play it, you're going to see exactly the same movement from Koi. So you can see I'm going to put it fast again. You're going to see that in B-Long, it happens exactly the same. Same knife, same flash, and Coldamenta just staying there. The movement from the rest of the players, the same pressure. The problem is that if you do this, if you repeat this, the moment the Giants uses the Seekers or the flash, they feel like, okay, we've been in this situation before. We know that is pressure, freeze, attempt, go back. Now, I believe that Vitinho has an operator and the movement is different, but the entire read, it's so easy for Giants to actually make a move onto it. And again, go for the same mistake. They give them the site for free. They actually place a very good smoke here, and still they go for the same plant. Giants has a very nice retake onto them, and I think that sometimes they're stepping on their own toes.
Yeah, Giants had a really nice retake because they went with the retake the moment the spike was being planted.
And they knew where it it was going to be planted.
I mean, Eric and Angel are going to have a great time with this. But PM, you played against Navi on Pearl already. Surely there were some weaknesses Navi had too, right? What do Koi need to do to beat them here?
I think that you need to trust yourselves first. It's much more in the head than on the strategical standpoint of view, because what's happening here is that you're playing your place for the champions. So in the small decision making, just like we saw on the pistol round, you have to trust yourself. You get a kill, you commit on the weak side. You have a read, you commit on it, and you don't hesitate. When you hesitate, you lose the game. That's what you have to do against Navi.
I love that here in the Agent Select, we do not see surprises coming in from Navi. Probably this is one of the maps, or the map, that they have been the most consistent in with the composition. And for Navi, that's big words.
Yeah, and I would like to just see Angel on Astra and Shao on Sova instead. Loath, we need to back on for picks, but they don't need to change anything when they're so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they had been playing 3 times this composition. For Navi, I feel like that's almost a main composition,
Yes.
although they did play 3 times with Gecko on it as well. But I love the Sova. Sova is such a crucial piece of the composition to play against the Killjoy, to have that utility that will be able to destroy nano swarms or clear post plant from any nano swarms as well on the spike, and also delivers the crucial informations when it comes to map control.
Well, Navi, they've gotten the first map already, and if they get this one, things are going to get very, very bad for Koi, Mitch, and Tom. They might just need a miracle.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen the trade out in map picks, and I think for Koi, they're definitely going to hope for it. Moving on to Pearl, one of the last maps we got to see Navi play on the international stage. Now they're going to fight on it to try and get back there. I mean, what are your hopes and expectations moving in, Tom? It kind of feels like it's a 2-0 that we're starting out on.
Unfortunately, when you look at, there's not many maps where I look through this series and go, okay, that one's heavily favored, that one's heavily favored. Like, I think we have a lot of middle maps. I think especially later down the line we get, Koi have real opportunities to turn things around. Yeah. When it comes to Pearl, I don't think so. I think this is one where Navi have looked very good. I feel like the roles are fairly concrete. I kind of agree with Sue in a sense that maybe you could swap the Sova Astra, but I really love Xiao's Astra. It's more so, I feel like, a little bit of a risk having your initiator as a Sova being so aggressive, but I do think it works out for Xiao because he's such a good site anchor on this one in particular, and between him and Saigetsu, they're really difficult to sort of pick apart when they're isolating either side of the map. So I think that's going to be something that has to be really well done on the side of Koi. Now, luckily for them, they are going to be starting on that defensive side, but it allows for Navi to set the pace. And I think that's where, obviously, someone like CNED is likely to thrive.
That could definitely be a problem for Koi now, mounting their defense. They've got to be reactive and make the right calls up against a squad like Navi. Right away, recon to clear out all across here on A main. And now they'll look to move to the site, unaware that Wolfen's just pushed up to grab the fight on the stairs. He's not able to get much done, but that's okay. With plenty of teammates around the A site, he was ready to bait them into a push. But that's just getting the orb and falling on back.
He's someone that's definitely worth highlighting. In the game with Heretics that was much closer, he got 25 kills on this Jet. They still lost, but definitely wasn't as dominant as when they faced off against Giants. So he has to be a focal point here, has to be putting up a star-studded performance because you have the expectations that CNEB will do that on the other side. And after collecting the first orb, it's just going to be a blitz right into this B site.
Well, the knife has landed on the B site to block some of these players out. Starzo, I believe, avoided it. Should have his flash online in just a moment. No chance to use it, though. He's already been dropped. The spike moving around the back of Elbow, and, well, it's not going to need to be planted at this rate. All of the kills have fallen into their hands. NAVI getting the post-round plant. Put 1-0 on the board.
The utility from that take from Navi was gorgeous. Even the stun that was used from Xiao just gave the freest of kills. Like, Starzo was just dead, had nowhere to go, sat behind the pillar, just completely isolated. No real chance for him to get anything done. And you can see with that execution that they are prepared for absolutely everything. That is what makes this composition so sort of terrifying from Navi, is it seems like one of the maps where they are best equipped to deal with everything that's thrown at them. And unfortunately for Koi in this round, they don't have a lot to throw at them. It's going to be those Sheriffs. Now, weirdly, of all the players, I feel like I'm going to highlight Coldamenta here. His Sheriff has been nasty throughout this matchup so far.
Yeah, right? Especially towards the end of the previous map. I feel like he started to really heat up.
Yeah.
We'll see what more he can do. The battle of the IGLs himself and Angel will certainly be one to keep an eye on. Drone already through on A main, catching up a couple of players. Shock dart in, and he's bailing back. They've heard those steps, though, as he runs towards the spawn. Don't know if they'll be able to get to the B side in time, though. It's spotted out by Shados. The reinforcements are on the way.
I think he spotted 3 players on A, so it makes sense that they've gone for this full rotation. It was a race against time. The knife, though, from Trex actually stops them in their tracks. You're not going to go running into that site with no util.
If they go back at this point, Tom, this could be a big problem. Wolfen has snuck his way up through middle. His back is turned, though, and it's an execution for Angel. Near perfect timing, and the information might come through a little bit late. 3 players there and a rifle on the floor. Spike to be retrieved. Spams to do some damage, not much found, and they even grab another kill for their trouble.
Yeah, the only thing that can really bite them here is the time. We're getting down to that 30-second mark. Rotation should be noted fairly soon. The only man that can do anything against this is Trex, and unfortunately for him, he does not have the right gun for the job. In fact, he has no gun for the job. That's going to be a very small upgrade, but the main thing is buying the time, and maybe if he gets the fragment out, he could have caught them with an extra second or 2. Instead, though, an afterplant for Na'Vi. Right now, at least, Mitch, they've still got all the rifles. Any more damage, and, well, it's a bit more problematic.
Yeah, this is definitely where Navi's economy could be punished. And if you look at Shados coming in with a Sheriff in hand, a decent chance for him to get some damage done if he can find some of these players inside of main. But they're tucked away for now. No flashes to initiate on the fights. At the end of the day, he is going to get an aim duel. It's whether he can win it out, cause that damage or not. And as you can see, nothing will be found for the side of Koi. That is a 2-0 and a very flexible start for Na'Vi. We're seeing them push and pull the map extremely well. Even in that round, catching a player with his back turned, where Wolfen had pushed up into mid, and Angel reads the breathing of the round perfectly.
I think one of the things I always want to highlight with this map, and it was the same the last couple of times we've seen it, is the way that Trex is going to use his knives. Because I feel like the way that he throws a 0 point a lot of the time is going to get them so much information. And one of the things that Giants did fantastically well, well, I say Giants, one thing Fatinho did fantastically well was shooting him in the face really early in the round. And a lot of those were him just like raw dogging his way through mid. Like, it was just absolute filth. So we'll see if there's something that Na'Vi can do to recreate, because he's very important at finding the information of where they're actually going to be going. And when he was gone, they really didn't have much else.
If you look just outside of middle, you can see a turret that's being placed by Sagetsu. He's playing contact, controlling the entirety of mid by himself, close on the doors, and the turret to watch the walkout of Art, just in case Wolfen goes walkabouts. But instead, the walkabouts are happening on A main, and we've already seen a very successful fight for this squad. 2 players dropped, only the 1 loss on their side, and very little damage done to Koi, so you can be very happy with how this round has developed. Flash still in the arsenal for Starzone. I think his other one will come up online soon. I wouldn't be surprised if he just pops it for information well, there you go. Relatively soon, but yeah, he picked the wrong spot.
That was the expectation of whether or not they pushed the place, they just lost the battle, and the fact is, that is exactly what Na'Vi are doing, the timing. Wolfen looked like he had at least seen their dead to rights. It's only going to be the trade, and Zipan is, again, just doing fantastically well. The best player in the first map, and if he can continue that on KO, this could be huge. Back into a 2 versus 2, and Shados has ended the life of 1. Now Sagetsu is all that stands. The first one should go easy, but the trade from Shados is perfectly timed.
I mean, the way this round started, coming down to 2 versus 1 trades needed to close it out. A good flash as well. Otherwise, who knows where that one ends up. It's certainly not going to be an ideal 3rd round for the side of Koi, getting away with just the 1 player alive, but you'll take a win at this point, looking to build on it moving into the next. I do think, you know, the contact from Na'Vi, very interesting response. They see the aggression on A main after waiting the whole round for pushing anywhere, and the response is, after losing 2 players, to shift walk up. They don't get caught, and they almost get the element of surprise out of it.
That's the thing. It was sort of I think the surprise, because Starzo wasn't even really aware of any of that push. And the fact that, again, I think we have to continue to look at Zipan, because his performance in the map that we saw just now was one of the best performances we've seen from him probably in a while, if I'm honest. So if he's on today, we'll see this push up, though. Time is going to be everything.
He's trapped. They know that he's there. Even the dash out, he'd be hunted very quickly. Well, Wolfen finding both of those kills gives him Blade Storm, and he's more than happy to donate the weapon to a teammate and move to the other side of the map, looking to make those blades as deadly as they can be. Angel needs to recover some space for the squad, but with him falling on double doors, the round is really in jeopardy now. NAVI are going to have to rely on a Hail Mary play in this 2 versus 5 with, I mean, barely any damage done to their opponents. Trex came out with a lick of damage, that's it.
This is something he does so regularly as well. Like, the amount of rounds we've already seen where it's basically just, okay, we're going to give Wolfen a rifle, he's going to push, he's going to get his ult, and we're going to win the round. And that's something that he recreated multiple times on Split. He's done it here again. We now look towards, as you said, what can Saigetsu and Xiao do? Because although the last round was very close and they had the money to buy into this one, they don't have the money to buy into the next. So it looks like they're just going to have to hold on to the weaponry here. And a great early start for Koi after losing those initial rounds, being able to break back against what is that Navi buy, the 3 rifles that are brought through so that you can then just upgrade into those pistols. That will upgrade what was pistols is huge for them. And for the remaining players, well, you've got the likes of Starzo, who's just going to upgrade, and everybody's coming out with a rifle.
And that round coming to a conclusion. 5 players still alive for Koi. And the spirits perhaps going to be raised up now. Of course, I feel like the way that we began it, Wolfen pushing up, it's a big factor in some of these rounds for Koi. We already started on a pistol round. He's getting aggressive up through mid, trying to get into their spawn, trying to catch them off guard from behind. This time on B, he's got support from 2. The round before, it was A long, where he was going for these very same fights. Again and again, we're seeing these duels go his way, at least at a minimum, being traded out. If we can keep that up all the way through, NAVI could be in trouble. But I think that's what we're going to see resolved fairly soon. Of course, a technical pause.
Oh, it's a drink spill, isn't it? I'm seeing the paper towels.
Look at that. Look at that. The emoji game's giving it away.
Give me the Trex close-up. Come on. I've already named him. We might as well shame him.
The
question is, do we have the replay? Because I know that our replay ops are pretty brutal.
We got cameras
brutal
trained on it.
Yeah. There are constant cameras on the players, so I saw a drink spill. I want the instant replay.
I don't know if you heard about yesterday, Tom, when we were out and about and that thunderstorm kicked off. I say we got cameras trained on them. One of them went down from the lightning.
Oh.
Just outside the building. Apparently it basically EMP'd us. So maybe we don't. Maybe we do. Certainly doesn't help, though.
They're actually looking for it. They're actually looking for the clip.
You've got lightning interfere with it. And you got players pouring liquid on as well. So
that's the funny thing,
in the storm.
Koi are actually hoping that lightning strikes 3 times.
Oh.
They can take down NAVI. But right now, it's looking like the worst way. As I said, in the series that we've seen from these 2 teams thus far, NAVI haven't even taken a map. It's been Koi 2-0-2-0. The first one, as I said, one of them basically felt like 3 maps because we had a 38-round game. But since then, it has been relatively dominant. And hopefully for Trex's sake, we're not going to have too many problems. It's just a spillage.
Technical pause. Technically, his mouse mat is wet.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. But luckily we have amazing people down there who are experts in cleaning up spillages. But yeah, this is going to be one of those things where realistically, a time out taken, but not really giving any opportunity for the teams. Maybe slightly even slowing down the momentum of Koi. And I do think it's going to be very important that they get off to a flyer on this map. Because we've seen when the individuals get going on Koi, the map a lot of the time doesn't even seem to matter. Like, you can take them anywhere. If you have the likes of Shados and Starzo especially just off on a heater, it really can be any map, any time. Like, we even saw them have that 5-round streak the other day on Haven where it looked like they were out of it the entire map, and then they just started clutching rounds. And on a map like Pearl, where they are at a pretty huge deficit in terms of like prior form, like getting smashed by Giants, losing to Heretics, and then on the other side of things, it's a 1 overtime loss, 17-15 to EDG, and everything else is green for NAVI, wins over Giants, Foot, Heretics, KC, and Giants again. They are in a very good spot on this map, so I think the only thing that's going to turn things, sort of as PM said on the desk, is just believing in your own ability. The map, the comp, everything else kind of fades away.
I do think like you have to imagine on pretty much every single map, like you're saying, Koi had these setups. Things like Coldamenta, retrieving the star, the flash through from Star Zone. Doesn't matter what map we're talking about, that's a strategy you have to be scared of. But I guess the familiarity with it and understanding how your opponents push and pull it is really where the skill comes in. No use in emerging from a smoke, having flashed anyone who might be there. If you're doing that on B long, ready to stack up, and they've already planted on A, it's one of those things where I think NAVI have a serious chance to manipulate the movement of Koi across this map as time goes on. But Coldamenta, even on the previous map we saw, and again, that was Koi's pick, so comfort levels will be much higher there. But we saw his ability to read into some of these NAVI plays, some of the fakes that were going through when they would run down sewers, leave open mid, and yet Koi would still see that it was a ruse that was being sold, that B wasn't the intended target. Much harder to do though on a map that you're not intimately familiar with.
What do you think the emojis are this time?
I think it's looking for, like find the wet. Find. Oh no. Oh, interesting. So this isn't actually what the tech pause is for, but let's have a look. The poor man. Poor Trex.
We got a mic boost.
Get a mic boost on that. I saw it. Oh no.
Yeah, I was thinking that this technical pause is definitely a lot longer than someone cleaning up some water. Okay. Player PC disconnect issue. That makes a little bit more sense. Either that or he had a very, very full cup of unnamed beverage. But no, not this time. So just waiting for that one to be sorted out, of course, for either side. Maybe a well-earned breather. I'm sure they won't be too happy with it, but it happens. And I think for either side, like this is going to be that sort of marathon. Like you look at, like we can even start talking about some of the maps we have coming up within the series. Like the fact is, next up, with the choice of Fracture coming in for Koi, like it's a strong map for either side. I don't think that NAVI will be too happy. They were on a, like basically lost to Fnatic 3 wins in a row and then lost to Foot, and Foot at the time were in incredible form. Again, another team that seemed like it didn't really matter what map you took them to. They were gonna put up a fight. Ascent then coming through as a pick for NAVI, a map that again for them has been like a sort of a strong map historically, but as of recent is showing a few vulnerabilities and then finishing things off on Lotus, which again, like you've had NAVI over 2 days show the same comp twice, which is rare. In fact, they actually have played over this year alone 8 different comps on Lotus, only playing 2 of them twice, which is mental, but they did play the other one twice, losing it catastrophically to Koi, and then winning it the next time versus KC. So it really does seem like, especially the last 3 maps in this series, I'm not confident that either team will be able to dominantly win them. This is the only map left that I kind of think, okay, this is Navi's map, everything else is just ordering. The scary thing is, the one map that I was thinking, okay, Koya probably got that in the bag, it would have been the one that they picked and smashed Navi on the other day. Maybe you could argue Lotus, but I've since seen Navi play Lotus, and it looked a lot better the next time around.
Yeah, and also the fact that we've seen them just play Split again. So we know that this is a team that's been hard at work, that has some solutions up their sleeves, and I think Koi will not be sitting back going, well, we beat them on Lotus before, baby, it's easy. You know, at this point you understand that things are evolving on that side, much as they did on Koi's side coming into this season. But it is an...
Oh, the pause was... I've been messy. It was Pan C. Like, I thought I got Pan, but then you said it was like a magnifying glass. But it was a pan with an egg in it. I got that bit, but I was like, Pan Wave? I was like, because I was trying to work out how it was going to be Pan Pause. Because that's what I thought this was coming up, because it's tech pause. But I was like, how do you get the wave to be pause? But no, it was actually C. So
I have got some news. There was a player disconnect during the last round, and QC will be rolling back the game to round 4. The score will not be 2-2, instead of reverting to 2-1. For now, we're going to be throwing it off to a break while they get that done, and we'll be back with the game. Round 4 is where we'll be kicking it off in just a moment. Welcome back to Map 2, Round 4 of NAVI up against Koi. Had that little bit of a QC break, but now it's time to reset and re-roll into the 4th round. Tom, I mean, the hardest thing about beating a team sometimes is beating them twice. In Koi's case, they're going for the triple, but the second attempt at round number 4, this wasn't an easy one for them to win the first time around. I'd say it'll be even harder without a player disconnecting on their opposition.
Yeah, the problem as well is the manner in which they did it was a hyper-aggressive B push that resulted in a double kill for Wolfen, which, again, when they had some weaker weaponry and he was able to juggle a rifle over, it's going to be something very difficult to recreate for them. And for Na'Vi, they are actually going exactly the same way again. So you can see on the other side, Koi have gambled in a different direction, and because of that, they've almost been fooled by Na'Vi playing the same game.
My ult is ready.
This time, instead of just 2 players coming out, it's the whole squad, a full B attempt.
And they got ult off of it. Like, he probably got it last time, but through dying, which obviously creates a slightly different circumstance. Ult being utilized just to garner the space for free. Obviously, they do have to be wary of the heavens, but that is all going to be bypassed. And an afterplant looking fairly likely with a Hunter's Fury online. Nice start, at least. That will be 1 for Trex. And that might be one of the luckiest kills I've ever seen. It just spams and a guy runs into it.
Not even the same angle they just got a kill on. Just a wild spray that connects. NAVI in a very good spot now with the man advantage to play with. Lockdown of their own. The plant position isn't great for long, but the Hunter's Fury certainly should help out. Angel had that online, ready to go. Trying to cancel out the ultimate. That will be done. And it's left into a 1v2. Starzone does well to pick up some kills in the chaos. The shock dart, though, right on his feet, lighting him up. An Angel to put that light out. 3-1, a different result than what we saw last time around, and one NAVI will be much happier with.
Yeah, that's something that Koi are going to have to mentally reset from very quickly indeed, because it's such a rough circumstance where you find yourself back on the board, you get yourself the second round, and then it's replayed, and because of that, you're now a couple in a deficit. What was a great start to the half now becomes a pretty awkward position for them. And financially, it put them pretty much at rock bottom, other than what looks like a hero operator, which is not something you see too often, I'll be honest.
No, it's really not. Bladestorm coming online next round, though. Yeah. He'll have that to work with. It makes sense, but it won't get an opportunity. Just look at where that operator is. It's on B long right now, and as we can see, the fight is inside of A main. We've already lost Shados, all of the Killjoy utility disappearing, and Trex is hidden. One flash that he wants to try and deploy from the back of A site, has support from Starzo to blind up a few players if they got the chance. The CNED can quickly disappear back to the site, back to safety, and no more flashes for Starzo makes him a lot less scary to take on down. We're left into just 2 players alive, one of which has the op.
Yeah,
for that reason, I don't think he's going to be retaking.
Yeah, I don't think Wolfen's going to be moving from this point. As you mentioned, it doesn't matter too much if he goes down Bladestorm, but you'd rather have that to go into the next round with, something to play with at least. And well, for Na'Vi, it's a great start. Like, you've got CNED running in, getting that Bladestorm for himself as well, but more so, this is the kind of problems that we saw coming out when Koi faced off against Giants, is just that aggression out from the attack side. Jet just finding them a victory. And sure, this was up against weaker weaponry, but even still, the style in which CNED has done it in is definitely going to strike fear into the hearts of their opponents. As it seems today, it looks like Angel's almost just put him back, not only on maps that suit him, but also just letting him play that Jet. And because of that, well, maybe he's got a point to prove.
Wolfen has managed to carry that operator through to the next round. Even without his pack, he survives. Of course, not getting a kill, not dying, no Bladestorm, but yeah, that's just fine when you got this big gun in your hand. For Koi, well, they'll have to rely on this round being a little better. 4-1, they're definitely falling behind on this defensive side, but it's not too late to salvage it just yet. I think Sagetsu's solo map control as well is a big factor. The guy is 9-2, and he can feel completely comfortable with controlling mid and even the B long position by himself, just locking it down with utility.
I said it last time out. Like, when they played, he had a rough series, and that does not happen often. He's been one of the most consistent players within EMEA, and right now, he's looking right back in form. We saw it yesterday, thriving within this match, and Xiao right alongside him. Again, they're going to go for this blitz play in towards the A site. A couple of players here, but that is diminishing very quickly. Kodamenta already gone. Starzo within a smoke. You always feel like there's hope, but he can't use the flashes just yet.
Well, the suppression ending, and that is when the retake begins. Koi blitzing out everybody coming from the spawn. The Tiger on site, moving towards main. It'll see if it can catch someone, but it hasn't spotted Zipan. He managed to slip in the corner undetected. Operator ringing out, something to be careful of if you're Zipan. They still have another player, Art. It's not just main, as they may suspect, with Sagetsu still holding strong. Nobody's on the spike just yet. Time will become a factor soon. And it's the late play from Xiao that's truly scary. He's got his utility popping off, but they've heard him, they've seen him. That's more than enough, though, for him. Buying it down to a 1v1, and the wall bang to close. 3 kills as the Xiao Show gives Navi 5.
Hey, you never wanted to be him in a clutch, do you? It's just the last man you want to be up against. You look at the top of that scoreboard, you go, oh, God damn it, why does it have to be Xiao? So clinical in those last moments. And even just sort of that bait of having Zipan go down. Also just some of the moments in the retake, like it didn't go awfully, but it was even just like a few moments where you have Starzo popping a flash, it completely blinds Wolfen, it means they can't fight together, and everything just takes that little bit longer. Maybe some of that has been spotted by the coach of Koi, as they're gonna take themselves a moment. No surprise to see some Xiao fans in the audience. I'm sure they're probably enjoyed that one a little, you know? The 1v2 clutch, and that's the thing, like if you go through and marvel at his sort of clutch statistics, go back to their tournament victory in Copenhagen, like, let's put it this way, they wouldn't have made it out of groups if it weren't for Xiao. So if this guy's back in form, back moving to the top of the board and looking good in those clutches, it's only going to get worse for Koi from here. So a moment taken. Unfortunately for them, it's not like they're coming back in with a particularly good buy, but they might finally get to use that Blade Storm.
The one upside, I suppose, early aggression from Wolf, and then has to be what we're expecting to see coming through from the side of Koi, if he's going to be using Blade Storm to begin with. A-main's been a point of contention in most rounds. Here they're seeing the lurk there. A lot of the time, 2 or 3 Navi players attempting to find an early fight. Again, we'll see the same recon from the pistol round thrown out. This time, it's catching a lot of information. 3 players were there. You even heard them, 2 of them minimum, shooting off. And with presence on A, and players deterred from pushing, they move back and search for Art, search for a fight on mid, a fight which they will not win to begin with. It won't end any better. That's 3 quick kills for CNED. Blade Storm online, ready to go, and a bait set up inside of Art. Behind the box, lurking away is Xiao, and he is more than ready to capitalize on that kill, trading out his teammate. CNED couldn't help himself. Had to get the 4th.
Oh, can you blame him? His job is done. He'd already completed what he needed to do in the round, and also it gave him that top spot on the board. This is why we want to see this man on Jet. This is why, if you're newer to Valorant, you've been around maybe a year or so, you might see, why do people say that CNED, best Jet in the world, or one of the best at time? Really? Was he? Well, we talked about that battle of Starzo and CNED looking to make it back to Champions, a prior Champions victor. Both of them on the same team. CNED was a huge part of that, and that was where he truly was the best Jet in the world. Now maybe looking to try and prove that he's still got it. Sprinting out him, damn! If it couldn't go any worse for Wolfen, he's just been picked off immediately. Didn't even get a chance.
I don't know if CNED gets the best Jet in the world off that, but maybe on the server. For now, at least, he's feeling like it. Kodamenta, not good for any more than 1. And this is the thing, Navi, we mentioned it. Round 4, initially, they sent 2 players towards B. The rerun of it, all 5. And the same strategy deployed here. It's almost impossible to win a fight. And you see it in that. You need a flash to even attempt to peek it for information. In the end, they're going to be pushed back by this lockdown. Unless they decide to go for a swing. Starzo. He's out.
It's just a domino effect. They lose that first duel, and every other player so far has just been fighting to get them back into the round. Lockdown combined as well. with that Cosmic Divide. It doesn't give any space for the players to come back in. Trex, though, has done well, somehow pushing through and finding a kill, but there's many more to go. Combining alongside Shados, this was a round that was looking problematic, but they're up against Xiao again. This time, though, he's got no utility. He's got nothing left to play with, and Shados will execute him as he attempts the swing. Still, the clutch capability of Koi shines through, but they need many more to make this game competitive.
I mean, it's a flash in the pan round. You get the one. You even think about that star on the floor. It could have been used for the grab well, bought that little bit of extra time, isolated a 1v1 for Xiao. An ultimate that saves the day, but we'd seen that even on the previous map for Koi, where they come in with an ulti ready to roll, or even a few. And then, when it comes down to brass tacks, to the rounds where you don't have that to fall back on, it was Navi steaming ahead. And so far, that's been the story of this game. Koi need to prove that this is a resolution to the round 7 pause that they called. They came in with just pistols and a Blade Storm, that's whatever. But winning their first buy round after the pause is a great sign. What else have they got up their sleeve for us? And, well, a lot of aggression. Finally, that turret gets contact. We've seen it put down since round 1. And now, they know there's players inside of middle. What they do with that is their choice.
Well, a knife again. It's going to get the information and delay. That's the main thing. Taking that drone offline, more importantly, means that any contact play they had off CNED will have to wait, and, well, wait they have. Destroyed initially. CNED's just going through. Straight through the utility into the site. He's desperately low on HP, but he's waiting on the edge of the smoke and almost manages a couple. It doesn't matter. The trades from his teammate, the contact that CNED creates. Starzo, all he can do is retreat. They're just being blitzed. We spoke about the adaptations, the changes to this B site to make it more manageable. Navi don't care. Oh, you've got your one smoke. There's your one smoke that cuts off the... Okay, we'll see. Ned's gone through it, got a kill, and then everybody else just follows up.
Yeah, that's a lot of the first couple rounds we're seeing towards this B side are just full contact. This time, even having the added layer of moving in through double doors as well, it seems unmanageable for a squad like Koi so far. Their responses, they just haven't been up to the task. And winning a round along the way here or there, peppering them in is not going to be enough. Starzo, look, even if he gets the first kill, there's another player. He knows that the trigger discipline is there at the start.
Nice.
And that is what saves this weapon for the squad. Well handled by Starzo, but it's still a round loss as Navi push up to 7.
Oh no, we'll only have 7,000 credits each this round. It's genuinely such a bleak spot to be in, but this is the trouble. Like, CNED just disrespecting not only a smoke, but there was a fragment on the ground. He's feeling confident, and that's what's made things so much easier. Is CNED as an entry has been unstoppable, 12-6. Anytime he hasn't, Saigetsu's been getting a lot of kills, so they've had a lockdown. So it just means that either you're clearing them out with a really powerful ultimate that can't be denied, or you've just got one of the best jets ever right in tow. Oh, this is not good either. Looking to try and deny that initial orb control. Wolfen's done well, and somehow he might actually be able to clear this out. One of the most awkward fights I've ever seen, but he does get rid of Angel, surviving on just 5 HP, but I assume there'll be some heals to be given by his teammate.
Right back up to 100, ready to fight again on the side of Wolfen. That's why he returned to his pack. Well, that's unfortunate for CNED, but it's fine. Little impact, no one there to swing off of it. Spike's going to come down, being long solo, no one there to challenge. If they can take Shados, they've got plant, they've got post plant.
He's not going to fight this though. He's got lockdown. It would be insanity in a 4 versus 3 to try and actually fight through this. An unnecessary risk, and maybe just looking to try and hold on to some of the control, maybe find a gap. You can see the plant basically just baited initially, but they will get that post plant, and then that's been the most devastating thing for them, is that someone like Xiao is more than happy to push all the way back and look to try and fight this from deep, because that is where he is a master of his craft.
It's even around this pillar on long is exactly where you want to be fighting with this plant position. You've got full sight line over the spike. Sagetsu's gotten real close, and he's been spotted as well. Now that's a problem. They'll look to deal with him, maybe smoking off the further angle, swinging on the flash. He gets 1, 2 even. How is this man still alive? He'll fall eventually. early, but he did more than enough to get the round in the bag for NAVI. He should have been. They saw him, Tom. They knew he was there. They flashed his teammates. They smoked them off, and still he gets 2.
Yeah, he was stunned for the first couple of seconds and got back to normality as they went around that corner. And it's just got to be brutal because the initial start, okay, it wasn't clean, but it was a 2-for-1 trade, managing to get the orb, get the Seekers, get the info. They know exactly where these players are. They play the post plant with a lockdown, and then you know where the guy is, and he still pops 2 of you. And that's the thing. I said it already. Sagetsu's form earlier in this tournament, rough. Right now, he's right back up to his old tricks. Right back up to the guy that people are scared to face off against. And Wolfen, though, maybe not. He's not fearful at all. He's still going. He's going to destroy the turret, but that's the moment to leave. And Shados goes back for more. I'm not really sure why. And then Wolfen peeks out as well.
Wolfen, I can't fault. You lose your teammate there. You look for a response. You look for a way back through to gain the advantage. And Coldamenta, he's going to do exactly the same. This is the problem, exactly like you said, Tom. It's like dominoes. The first one falls, the rest have to follow suit. Everybody's going walkabouts, going pushing to try and find the control, but the reality is NAVI, they have the control. They're just holding, waiting, and allowing every member of Koi to step into their crosshair. Even caught reloading, this man can't be killed.
He's waving at him mid-round. It's Sagetsu mid-round.
It's just ridiculous.
He's 20 HP, doesn't have his hand on his mouse. But that's the, well, you're 8-2 up. You're 8-2 up. You've stolen your opponent's map choice. 9-2 now looking inevitable, and everything that worked for this in this round for Koi, the initial fight, well, it seems like a long, long way away. Trex, 1v4. He's just waiting. Maybe for a mistake, maybe someone to get cocky. CNED's still alive. He always likes an extra kill, but you can see the patience of Angel, and it will be squeaky clean in the end. Again, consider how things started with an opening kill for Wolfen, and it just quickly diminished into absolutely nothing. A 9-2 lead now. There's a reason that NAVI have picked this as their home turf going into this series. And honestly, I will be very surprised if there's any level of response now.
I mean, we've seen the attempts. Koi didn't really move towards mid all that much. In one of the initial rounds, the pistol, I believe, Wolfen went pushing into mid, got close to their spawn, and that was about it. Since then, we saw round 9, 3 mid push, they get spotted by a turret, they fall back. This is the first time they really commit to it. And, well, I don't even want to call it commit. They swing mid, they get a kill, and then 1 by 1.
Yeah.
They go back out for, I'm not even sure what, for more in some form or another, but it hasn't worked. This time, no mid push. Instead, straight up through B. I don't mind this, especially with the control NAVI have had consistently.
The main thing is timing, though, because this push-up is great, but they now know it's A because there's a Hunter's Fury on A and one of your teammates dead. You might like the idea of having this fast flank, but NAVI aren't going to care. You can't even really get back in because guess what? Sagetsu's got another lockdown. He's had so many throughout this half, and they just have to wait. Make their way back through. Destroying utility on ARP might give a moment of space. Shout! Oh, it's tempered. And now they have a chance.
After 6 B plays in a row, these players thought they had it by pushing up B long. Instead, they have to fight their way back in on the other side, and CNED's got them all! 5 kills and ace to close out the half, and another nail in Koi's coffin here on Pearl. There's nothing that they can do wrong at this point, Tom. I thought maybe Wolfen was going to come through. He's going to save the round for them. I should have known.
I know that this is something that Angel's now never going to stop hearing until the end of time. But for the love of God, put him on Jet. Just look how he's been in these last 2 maps. It's just been unbelievable. He's 19-6. Like, we've been hyping up Sagetsu. He's second on the board because of the numbers that CNED is currently putting up. An ace to close out the half as well. The Turkish Jet is back. And it's mainly because he's playing Jet. Like, that's all it's been. We've seen his Neon. I'm scared because there's a potential that we'll see his Yoru again. I'm not sure I want... Like, it's not bad, but it's not this.
It's not this.
That's the thing.
Nothing else that CNED does is this. There's a reason. He is the Turkish Jet, the original.
Yeah.
And my God, there's a reason we used to fear him so much. With a Blade Storm in hand, he is unstoppable.
There's a reason he's part of the EMEA team that's won champions.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the reason. Just unstoppable, but that's the thing. There was so many layers to this. Like, even if he did go down, which didn't happen very often, 6 times throughout the half, you had Xiao as the backup plan. Sagetsu has said, like, the amount of lockdowns he was having throughout this half just made things impossible. And most of that was just because of the sheer fragging power. This is what makes NAVI truly terrifying. This is what the NAVI fans want to see. This is the team they want to see heading to Champions, because that's the thing. Like, before we even get to talking about LCQ, this is why many teams with it, okay, it's probably going to be foot back here, because if this NAVI shows up, if the NAVI that can just obliterate opposition and have some of the most feared players in the world shows up, they could even go on a run at Japan, but they didn't. They went missing, and we'd been waiting and saying again and again, oh, maybe today. Well, they're in the lower bracket. Now it's the last chance we'll finally see NAVI. Well, this is what we want to see. It's just whether or not they can keep it anywhere near consistent. And for Koi, of course, you're a map down, overtime, close, you brought it back, you looked like you had it, you didn't. You've gone into their map choice, you're getting slammed, and by the looks of it, they're going to need to win the last 3 maps of this series. And that's the thing. Sure, they've got an experienced IGL, but no IGL can be experienced enough to go, okay, we're 2 maps down, I can turn this. Like, that's so much. Even as, like, and the other problem is, this is the scariest problem. You talk about Kodamenta, 30 years of age, that's what he brings. He's the experienced man. The man on the other side is the only person in EMEA more experienced than him.
Yeah.
Literally the only one.
For NAVI right now, 10 rounds on the board. It seems unlosable. And I imagine they start to feel that way. But closing it out convincingly, well, there could be something to be said for that. Defensive side, and a chance for Koi to fight back through. We'll see what they get up to. Got to rely now on players like Starzo finding their rhythm and Wolfen continuing the form that we saw from him in some of the rounds.
Yeah. Well, he was sort of the one bright spark, I feel like, of that first half. Like, there wasn't a lot to write home about, but at times Wolfen did pop off, even in that last round that they lost, because he was good, Cena was better. Contact going to be taken by Sagetsu, but he has no interest in fighting this one. He's got 2 teammates on the side.
They've spotted Zipman. They know that he's down below. The flash up and over ain't going to get him much. Not got another to work with either. Now he's just straight up swung on, hoping the double peek from Sagetsu would be enough, but the fights don't go his way. Angel's walking out again. Well, Wolfen's definitely going to need to improve on that performance, but they got the kill. That's all that matters. It's a 4v2, and Navi should have next to no way back through. It's only this guy called CNET. He's grabbed the first. That should be the last one he gets, surely. How much more could one man do? Hot off an ace, swinging into Shados. Oh, his back turn.
Surely not.
He spotted 1, spotted 2. Only 1 man now unknown. And a lot of damage done. The wall bang's even coming through to try and finish him off. CNET will fall in the end, and okay, it got close. The Xiao clutch could have come through, but Koi get a lifeline of a pistol round.
Yeah, much better from them as well. The coordination into the side looked good. Okay, somehow, I feel like Wolfen's about to change his sensitivity and res after that. it's the only fix
crosshair.
It wasn't me. There's something wrong. I think this mouse is leaning slightly to the left.
I think Trek spilled something on my mouse mat.
That was it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
We didn't need this slow mode. That was toxic.
I slow it way down as well. Really rub it in.
Well, the first, hopefully of many, if you're a Koi fan.
If you're a fan of this game in general, we don't want map 2. Sure, for Navi, it's good to have that Pearl, but you want competition. And what a delivery it was on map number 1. For Koi to quiet down this much wouldn't be a good sign. With 3 more maps left to play out, they would need to win all 3. And sure, they chose to have Fracture up next, but it does start to look like much more of a middle ground. That's a good shot for Wolfen. Much better this round.
Yeah, new res looking good. For anybody out there, this is a joke. Changing your res crosshair, ridiculous.
It ain't gonna help. It ain't gonna help.
You're just bad.
You're the problem, not your setup. Yeah. I'm sorry.
You need a new mechanical arm. That will help you.
It might. It might. See what the... They get down to 0.01 millisecond now delays. He's been killed by the Tiger.
Yeah,
all right.
always normally talk about
One enemy remaining.
Timmy, the turret, but Tony the Tiger's going to be taking that one
It was a
home.
round of wolves and tigers for Koi to close that one
I
out.
can hear him howling.
I can hear him. Is that a lioness? It's loose. Actually, if anything, he's going to call the lioness with howls like that. 10-4.
Well, the more important thing from this is that Wolfen's managed to get the majority of the kills. He's won off Bladestorm. So cleaning things up so nicely. Obviously, the buyback into this one is mostly rifles from them as they've kept them through. Not really taking any risks with SMGs or anything else because at this stage, you need a massive streak of rounds. You can't afford to give anything away for free. But even still, we've seen how deadly Wolfen can be with the Bladestorm. And now is where we truly get to see what Na'Vi have on this defensive side. And by the looks of it, CNED wants contact.
Get it, but not in the way he wants. It's Wolfen again. Off to a howler of a start in this half, it has to be said. 3 rounds now that he's able to find opening or massively impactful kills. NAVI gonna feel the pain if this Jet keeps on rolling. We've seen Koi make these comebacks happen in the past, and you gotta be careful not to give them too much leeway. It's only the opening duel for now, but plenty more left for Koi in this round. Even a Bladestorm on Wolfen that probably won't be used up here. Could be helpful, that entry through, though. We'll see.
Flash, almost used to fake. Doesn't give much information on the other side, but that's the main goal. Try and sell this one out, and it leaves Angel as the lone defender after jump spotting nothing. He's just going back and forth. This leaves a huge gap of timing. And by the looks of it, he might have just got this one wrong. And luckily, all the utility coming down is going to give him the information he desired. The question is, can he get anything on the cross? Because getting back into this one, it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, with the plant down, at least it's not for long, but forcing these players out of position won't be very easy. A big brawl needed if you're going to get back in towards the hall, the elbow on the back of B site. And just look at the utility stars all across the map. They're coming out tonight, lighting up the sky as the flashes. And at this point, NAVI need to rely on a burst of energy to get back through. The time is getting relatively low considering the ground that they have. And yeah, I mean, as we get to this point, the time is extremely low. They're out of there. A 4 versus 5 save called by NAVI. Even with this much of a lead, they're not looking to give Koi any more runway.
Yeah, a big round from them. Just being able to sort of play with the rotations, like using those flashes after getting that initial fight onto CNED. It's not something that I think will necessarily be that recreatable, that, yeah, okay, we've got 1 kill, that's going to be the surrendering of the round. I doubt we'll see that too often. And more importantly, getting rid of CNED as easily as they did. The thing is with this round, though, is what's he going to play? Like, does he full invest back into this round and basically risk the rest of their economy going forward? Obviously, they save, so it's not going to be a great financial state anyway. Or does he invest in something like a Marshall? Like, that's more of what I'd expect, but by the looks of things, it's just going to be nothing. CNED basically just used as a giant decoy. Like, the rest of the team are all on B, and he is solo with a classic.
He got caught by the knife at the start. Well, at least they see there was aggression being attempted. Maybe you think he had 1 or 2 players behind him, ready to support.
He's peeking tapping shots with a classic.
I mean, he has to get the info, right? And that's the point of contact. Once he sees them still around main, these players want to push up on doors. They're spotted by the turret, and much like what happened to Koi in one of the early rounds, that is enough for them to fall back. Element of surprise no longer in their corner. They played this one well to start with. There's a real reality where Koi have already got it planted on A, and now they're spread out into the default.
And there's a risk that the same thing as last round happens with solo hold from Angel, but he's much more leaning in to that connector position. They head back towards this A site, and that is where the majority of Na'Vi lie in wait. They've got the information from CNED. He might not have a gun, but the rest of the players do. Xiao lurking on the edge, but they have wiped them out. A clean take from Koi. That was pretty much all of the guns. 3 players lying there waiting for their opposition to face in. They get nothing. A little bit of chip damage onto Shados, but that is all.
Even just looking at Angel in this position, he's got a 1v5. He's going to put on his best God B cosplay, but he's being wrapped on as well. Wolfen right up behind him. Not even realizing that he might be going for this. They're looking for him on B. They're trying to take this rifle out of his hands. He might make that task a little easier for them than they realize. Starzo, just now evading.
If he gets his kill, he could just defuse.
He had a chance.
That's the crazy thing about this. Like that's the one thing that's made me a little bit nervous. Is it was so ridiculous that he was actually going for this.
There was a star on. I think they probably grab well at after kill. Shados runs, gets there in time. They end up losing 2 rifles.
It's a little bit uncomfortable, but I guess
they gave him an opportunity.
Yeah, which realistically there was no world he should have even been remotely close. But I guess it's almost just, why was he there? Like, why is he not holding onto the gun? That's the expectation. Financially, though, we are still going to see an investment coming through for the side of NAVI. That operator in onto CNED, it's something that we've been waiting for. On this defensive side, it makes this take in towards the B site so much more terrifying. But for now, at least, again, just selling the fake. That's the goal of Coldamenta here. Play with their opposition. See if they can catch them getting aggressive. See if they can pull some of those rotations, which thus far they've done very well. But bear in mind, first round, they got an insta-kill. Second one, weaponry disadvantage.
And this is an Angel just jump spotting B and jump spotting doors instead of AWP holding B. They're ready for the push, I thought. Not ready for a sneaky play through double doors. Angel completely caught off guard. The A site, though, still has plenty of defenders. We see that in Xiao. Smoked off as they start to sneak their way in. Sagetsu gets one as they updraft through. But now they know exactly where he is. A dangerous angle to peek on. Relies on his utility to buy some time. A flash on its way from a teammate. Zipan inside the smoke. He can right-click this one through. Sagetsu's trying to bait them into a further fight. Into swinging deeper, so Zipan can double up with him and take this fight. A flash from the attackers, but Koyer not able to capitalize. In fact, it's CNED's operator that's coming through for 2. Zipan matching that donation and putting 11 up for NAVI. Only a few more needed. And now they're on the home stretch.
That's the thing. The whole idea there from Sagetsu was almost just to bait them into the corner so that Zipan manages to get multiple kills. The fact is, though, they ended up jump spotting Zipan, knowing 2 players were there, and somehow still not being able to clear them from that angle. And that gives enough time for Charles Ned to rotate back in with an operator and get 2 kills. That's just disgusting, right? He just picked Wolfen out of the sky. But again, we go back to the caliber of these players. Still, though, financially, not a bad spot. Wolfen as well has really started to come into this game. 19 and 13 after what was a dominant half in the first from Na'Vi. He now looks to take that contact a little bit more direct. CNED and Angel have just walked up mid. They have so much info, but with it being or looking like more of a direct play into A, they might not have anyone here.
Coldamenta and Angel just missed each other. As all these players start to barrel in from Art, they think their back is fully clear. There's no chance for it to be wide open for Coldamenta to just sneak through. That timing could be key. With Wolfen falling, though, the numbers on this site need to stand strong. Buy time for this flanker to get into place. Make sure the eyes are all on them. Alarm bot, vulnerability on for Starzo. Coldamenta only sneaking his way through now. Starzo makes some noise in the spawn. Makolda down, still being spotted for. The patience of Na'Vi being rewarded time and time again. Another trade on the site as they get ever closer to starting this defuse. Starzo, though, although they knew where he was, dealing with him seems to be another story.
Player standing.
It's now just down to him on the flash up top, but they're defusing it right under his nose. He's got to run it down, and Xiao's protecting just about in the nick of time. Na'Vi get away with it.
I thought they'd done enough. Like, I was looking at that deadly duo alive once again, and Starzo, it seems, again, we've mentioned this in prior series, that he somehow manages to find space, pick his moments, even when everything else went wrong. Their flank failed, their initial aggression failed, but somehow they managed to make it look competitive down to the second. But unfortunately, with that player main going down, that was the issue. Falling just before that last second was available. And then Na'Vi, well, the confidence they had in each other, that's the main reason they win that round.
It's Xiao as well, just so ever vigilant on Art. He was watching it consistently 20, 30 seconds later as his teammates are pushing side as they're brawling. He's locking it down. This time, it's Wolfen to deal the damage to CNET, a very similar peak to what he delivered in the previous half. 12-6, one chance. All they need on the side of NAVI. But for now, they've been shut down early.
Yeah, that lockdown, the double shot dart isn't going to do enough. They needed a little bit more to deny it. Still, though, in the backline, Saigetsu shut down Wolfen. He's been terrifying throughout this half.
30 HP.
And actually, they're going to pull back. Look at already the reposition from Coldamente into mid. Support from Shados as well. This is being watched. Turret online, and already Xiao, you mentioned it in the last round, his read individually on the game has been nigh on perfection. The fact is, though, Koi are yet to commit. Very happy to late round push. The main worry for me, Saigetsu still has that lockdown. So if they are going to switch into this B site, he can pretty much deter them. And for that reason, they're heading towards A.
Beautiful play by Trex as well. He dodged the recon drone earlier on by dancing around the pillar, playing Ringa Ringa Rosie. And now a lockdown comes into play. But in fact, NAVI, they want this to be seen as a B defense, as a last-ditch effort to hold on to that side as they move towards A. The plant goes down. 10 seconds left, and it won't be denied. You're not going to win this one on the clock. For NAVI, they have to win the fights. The element of surprise, who knows if it'll be enough. He's just about snuck past the turret and knows that Coldamente can be taken down for free. That's one more kill, one more angle, and a wall bang on a Shados. Things are getting scary for Koi fans with Saigetsu on his third, and a last-ditch effort from Trex. A headshot delivered, halfway defused. Saigetsu, 1 kill away, but not today. Trex for the triple. Koi are still alive.
There's so many layers to this round. Just so many layers. The fact that Xiao managed to get himself in prime position to win it. The fact that the turret came online 0.2 of a second too late to catch him. The fact that Saigetsu gets one of the most BS wallbangs I've ever seen. And the late rotation from Trex to win out that round in the clutch. It was so late that even Xiao couldn't predict that one. The initiator being that far behind. Even still, though, the climb for Koi is just ridiculous. They need 5 more rounds, even to make this one close. And it's just, he has no fear. But the fact is, he's almost just buying time to get that Blade Storm back for CNET, unfortunately. The ult's going to make sure he has no impact.
Yeah, he's going to have to stay back in the spawn now for a bit. Let this round breathe out, but with Angel taken down, NAVI seemed to be on the back foot for sure. A hero needed. Last time he was here with a Blade Storm, it was an ace that he walked out of the round with. So no counting them out just yet, and already he's up to his first. Trex taken out. Utility not really in play. A few bits here and there. A star for Xiao, and well, he's a shining star taking that first CNET. On the follow-up, the numbers now down to even. The defuse tap should bait them out into the open. Seekers played. And the spray, good CNET, not again! Surely! The flash there, the Cloudburst buying space, but Starzo gets the kill, and the defuse wasn't being stuck. Time now surely too low. 45 HP, Starzo has to be careful, but he's bought all the time he needs. The round is his. And Koi cling on to life one more time.
Oh, I bet Starzo wishes that CNET was on his team again. Don't get me wrong, Wolfen's been doing a great job, but it's just those moments every once in a while that you just fear the Turkish jet is just going to take over. Starzo this time weathers the storm. Shuts him down before it got too dangerous, I guess, before they closed out the map. And again, this climb continues now. As said, yesterday, they pulled this off once. They are great when the other team hits 12, it's like a different Koi shows up to the server. They happened in the last map as well. They are very good at getting it back to that 12-12 scoreline, and for that reason, you're going to see a pause taken from NAVI. Now, their pauses have been pretty damn impactful throughout the first map. Always seemingly coming up with something, and honestly, right now, they are literal centimeters away from taking this to 2-0. Like, they think about the prior round with Trex, and this could already be done. We could be off on our break, looking at them trying to pull off a reverse sweep, but when the going gets tough get going, and Koi have definitely proven that they've got the stones to drag out this series that little bit longer. Nonetheless, Barba's also been given some time to talk, and I feel like most of it's just going to be motivation here. Has the strategy from Koi been perfect? No. That's not what they need right now.
They've already put up a very good fight on a map that most of us counted them out on.
Yeah.
Picking up a streak of rounds, moving to their attack side. The momentum looking to be up high. Maybe it's one of those moments you think if the last half had been just a little bit better. But still, 4 rounds. It's not the biggest task they've ever been faced with. The spike retrieved, the fake on B. NAVI are rotating. They're on their way to reinforce the A site. Does CNET even need reinforcements? Does he even need help? He snuck past them, dash back to site. Now there's a player there that he's catching in the back! Wolfen bested by CNET this time around. Another shot in the dark. He's a devil for it. He's somehow still alive before losing out on that. Zipan falling. Ult there, maybe he can be revived, maybe not.
It's going to be easier said than done. Oh, for Angel, it's not going to connect. But it has delayed at least a little bit. Starzo is going for the double flank now. It could win them the round, or it might just cost them. It looks like he's going to get it done, though. And Seth, this man's timing is better than anyone else. Somehow finds that small margin every single time. And even with CNED pulling off some of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen with that double opener. Every single time Koi has a response.
It wasn't even a scope as well. He just crouched and hoped for the best. And it certainly worked out the first time, not so much the second. And all that space bought by the chaos for Starzo to sneak up behind it. That's where Koi are earning their paychecks. It's not just about the full frontal assault. It's about throwing out that little right hook they don't see coming. This time it was Starzo. They need to do it a few more times. 3 now needed to push to an overtime. They managed that on the previous map, Tom, and they fell there. They managed it up against Giants, and they fell there. They have to hope that they can manage it here and turn it around as well. But what we're seeing so far, maybe they have found their second win.
You are divided.
Fight back. It's looking good right now. Weaponry not great. Come on. Nothing found. Zipan will at least get one with a fragment, but anything else will be unexpected. And Wolfen once more farming up those eco kills. 25 now on the board, somehow keeping up with CNED. Well, the man that should be feared. If he's not by now, I think Koi have got a screw loose.
Be a Bladestorm online, I'd pin him as the favorite in this round. The rifle, I give him 40% odds.
I wonder what's being said as well, because his finances are a little bit low, but there'd be a point if I'm Angel where I just go, screw it.
Yeah, if he gets one and dies, already he's so close to his Bladestorm. And with CNET, there's always a chance he gets more, but nothing to be found. In fact, Shados was creeping behind him. 12-10 is where we'll close this one, as Koi now 2 away, hot on the heels of NAVI.
Yeah.
See what they can do.
Well, that's the thing. We've spoken a lot about this battle of the old Ascent. You have to bear in mind that Starzo, he's teamed up with one of the players that had to feel the brunt of that Champions defeat. Shados on the other side. I'm sure you've just seen him getting vocal. I'm sure he's saying, right, I've lost to CNED once.
Do what you did against me!
Yeah, I've lost to CNED once. I don't want to lose to him again. 12-10.
One suppressed.
2 rounds now the difference. The task diminished. But there's still a lot to play with here for the defensive side. No ults online, but some getting very close. And that lockdown for Shados, that might have been what he was talking about. How can they best implement this ultimate to get them the round?
Angel was heard taking that orb. They're ready for the fight, and they almost took him down. Very low in HP. That's initiated the push. They want to be quick about this.
You should run.
The lockdown in play. Perfect position up behind the boxes. Angel can't really fight. Such low HP. It's never stopped him before. But it will this time, as they give up the A site. Play way back in the spawn. Super passive. Sagetsu moving out through water. Trying to catch a late flank on these players. Let's see the site hold. Xiao's good somehow for 2. Eventually taken down, and they know where Zipan is. Again, taking him down is a different story. And again, they're able to come out on top. Another for NAVI. Puts them on 13. That's a 2-0 lead in this series with 3 chances to close it out. Koi have to be devastated after that one. What a fight they put up on their opponent's map pick. OT in the first map as well, Tom, but now they're faced with the impossible.
Yeah, the thing is though, I've learned anything from this series so far, it's that Koi like to fight from a deficit. We saw it on Split, they went to OT. This map, they were so far down from the first half, and they start to really bring things back. Now they have to overcome the ultimate comeback. A 2-0 deficit, 3 in a row needed. I think Barbar's prepping the most inspirational speech he's ever had, but for NAVI, let's put it this way, up until this series, this year, they hadn't even managed to take a map off this team. Well, they would have already won the best of 3, Mitch. Now they just need one more.
For the worst record in Angel's career just days ago, and it was being compounded on to now. A redemption arc seemingly overnight. NAVI are looking incredibly strong. Just one more map needed to go to Champions. Let's see if they can do it after this.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we head into the post-map, let's take a look at our Messe Berlin fan of the day moment. I'm just glad we've got a Killjoy here in the arena, because definitely not seen enough Killjoy so far in any of our games. But you guys can see they're sitting on the NAVI side. This is the NAVI fans, and I got PM Lothar Kakuka here with me. PM, were you a fan of NAVI, how they played that map on Pearl?
It's typical NAVI. They were destroying them, choked a bit, and finished it off.
So were you a fan or not?
I know them so well for that. So yeah, in a way, I'm a fan because they deliver exactly what you expect of them. The storyline is always the same. It's dominating, choking a bit, finishing it off. Let's go to the next map. Okay.
They just want to make it difficult, you know? It's not
Yes,
actually
never
that
easy.
Koi can have a comeback. It's actually them just making it harder for themselves.
Yes.
I think that in many occasions, sorry, we saw CNET being very effective on the attack, but then when he came to the defense, he was actually struggling a little bit more to have the same effect.
Yeah, but he still finished up with 28 frags and 213 ADR, which is just absolutely mental. But overall, he is just going absolutely nuclear in this match so far. It's only been 2 maps. It's plus 21 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, plus 21 over the course of 2 maps right now. When you think about it, the amount of impact that he has, and just because he's back on the comfort pick is actually unreal. You have seen those moments with the operator when he's doing the impossible to predict stuff and then just dashes away into his own smoke and gets another kill. Like, it's unreal.
Must be nice, eh? Must be nice. I mean, Wolfen was up there with him as well. This map, he was keeping up with him. But I really want to quickly talk about Starkso, because, you know, we set this up. Starkso, CNET, they were both world champions. Only one of them can go to champions this year. They're going to knock each other out. I feel like we've seen 2 very different Starksos on this one map. We have the Starkso PM that was flashing himself and his teammates a lot here, but then we also have a Starkso that was just clutching out of his mind. So what's going on?
It's the pressure. The man has been world champion in 2021, so he can deliver in pressure moments, but he can also maybe fall under it. And that happens both ways here.
Yeah, it did.
It's the respect that you have for your opponent that is in front of you, and I feel that especially for Koi, it was always the swimming across and trying to get to even the score a little bit more. So after losing the first map, going into this one, knowing that is Navi's pick, knowing that you have to keep swimming and just trying to perform for the comeback, I think that the nerves are not on your side.
I feel like he had the same issues like yesterday, the flashes on Sky. Like, from all of the players that I see, Starkso would be the last one I would expect not to have like very deliberate flashes. Yeah, the cleanest of flashes on Sky, and it just seems off-brand for him, at least, you know. So I hope he's able to turn it around.
I mean, that one was really painful to watch. That one in that 1v2. Yeah. It happens. We've all done it. We've all been there. But the important thing is, like I said, there was 2 versions of him on this map, and it all started with a dog kill on that Sky. And after that, I felt like he just kept winning them really important round. Maybe PM, the pressure was off a little bit at that point. It seems like Koi, whenever their opponents get to 12, they play completely differently, and they're able to get more rounds than they do usually.
And that's the clutch that we can see of Starkso, and it was the same on Split on the first map. They get the clutches that NAVI usually gets. It's the way they've done it. They are dominating. The 1 versus 2 is very clean. CNET is not actually shooting his knives. So they let them think that they can do it, and just before the end, they say no, we are going to end this and you have no chance against us. So it's very frustrating for the players, and mentally it's really draining because we're just out of splits with overtimes, and now it's only 10 to 13, but it's rounds and rounds going back at it. And every time they are going close to it, it's actually a hard no from NAVI. So it can go hard on the mental of the players, especially getting know that it's 2-0 for
Has
NAVI.
to have happened to an angel, right?
Yeah, of course it happens. No, but I think in so many occasions we saw both sides of the coin. We saw a Koi that was very under pressure and very unable to perform, and then we saw plays like the previous one of the dog kill, and is Starkso seeing the Soba ult and reacted to it instantly, just reading into something, asking for something else. Even when we see him in the 1v2, he gets the first kill and he sprays. That's so on brand for him. That's kind of the Starkso that we need if they want a chance to actually perform a comeback, because from now on, if we thought if this has already been hard, now they will need 3 maps in a row to get to Champions.
And I would like to add that NAVI was able to read the attack side of Koi very well. Something that you actually mentioned in the Telestrator segment, that they have those patterns that they tend to repeat.
They moved away from the patterns a lot.
Yeah, but they did into other patterns, and those patterns were read by NAVI. So we have seen Angel walk up mid like 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, or 2.
On brand as well.
And Shaw as well. So there's like a lot of those mid pushes into the let's say area of control of Koi in theory, but we have seen Killjoy actually controlling the extremities of the map and not in mid, so that was exposed by Navi a lot.
Well, nobody really expected the Koi to be able to take down Navi on Pearl, and I think maybe the same narrative is going to take place on Fracture as well, because if Navi are strong on Pearl, I mean, historically they've always been strong on Fracture, and then even if Koi do take this ascent, it's not going to get any easier, so this is going to be a little bit tough for them. But let's talk about this Fracture, PM and Lothar. What you got?
So I have a defense from Navi prepared when it comes to the last time they played Fracture, but I fully expect to not be the same because we have Yoru being picked by CNET here before. I fully expect it to be changed to Jet, but what is
me too.
What is worth discussing, I would say, was the way they played A main control, and then let's talk a little bit about the current metagame and how it changed, PM. So first, to explain to the viewers, this is the first 10 seconds of the defense setup from Navi, and because they lack the breach in the area here on A main, they actually have to supplement that with the other characters. So they have Zipan on Fade in the typical breach spot, and Shao on Omen to work together with a Paranoia and the Reveal to stop the push from the A main, which is very typical play of weighing the game.
And in one way also.
Exactly. But now, because the metagame changes, can you, PM, explain to us what is the new metagame on Fracture currently?
Well, I don't know if it's a metagame, but it's a trend coming from the Americans, because mostly we are playing the north of the map and we have to have a very dynamic playstyle on the defense. You can't like stick to A, wait for them, control A main. You can do it sometimes, obviously. You can still do it. But most of the time you want to be dynamic and anticipate how they are going to play, especially with their ultimates. Most of the people are playing Killjoy, Ultimate on B, Breach Ultimate on B. So when you have A control and A main, you have a fast rotation from behind here. But nowadays, if you watch the Americans, they like to push north at the beginning of the round or just afterwards or mid-round, get some information, get the lurker out on the ropes or kill him, and then they will organize the retake on B or eventually maybe on A.
And because of that, we're going to show now how Navi played the attack side of Fracture. So you mentioned that the current trends are favoring the north side of the map, right? But as you can see...
For the defense.
Yeah. But also on the attack, we have seen a lot of teams in our region as well swap to the controlling dish. And this is something that Navi didn't do even last time. Do you think this is being, let's say, changed because of the unique playstyle that Navi represents with all the different compositions that they have?
Yeah, it's very strange to see that they are not holding the whole map, and it's very dangerous, especially considering that now, just like I said, on a defense you want to get as much control as you want, as you can get, and also you vary your defenses. So sometimes it's A main, you go north, sometimes you go for a push B main, or even for a Purple Rex push, and you try to crunch the south of the map. So the defense is moving for information, space, and assassination, and playing like this can make you very predictable.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that we're going to be looking forward now to closely to Fracture, if it's going to change with, I hope, a different composition from Navi.
Yes, I would say so.
So I would hear Lothar say he hopes we don't see a Yoru. Are you okay, Lothar?
Look, CNET is just such a fantastic jet, and whenever he picked Yoru, I just thought to myself, well, this is just like a bad jet, because he plays it in a way that he would have had exactly the same playstyle on a different character, on his main, you know?
Well, I mean, we're about to see what we're going to get today. Lothar, here we go!
What just happened?
So he's on Killjoy.
CNET on Killjoy!
Okay.
What do you make of this, PM?
So I was expecting not Jet but Raze on CNED, and I know it doesn't make any sense, but I expect things that don't make any sense.
It is, of course, it is a first. I don't know how many agents, but we definitely will have it for the next map. How many new agents CNED has been playing just on Navi, but this must be at least the third or the fourth just this year. So it is incredible. We're going to see the double controller, Angel on the Omen, Xiao on that Fade, and Zipan on the Raze.
Very interesting for me is that how we're gonna have the separation of the Sentinels, in this case Killjoy and Viper, because I consider Viper here on the defense as a Sentinel. How we're gonna see the separation of the utility between them, because they also have no breach. So the control of the A main has to be supplemented by either Viper or the combo of the Xiao and Angel here on the agents. That's
Angel has no problem with being aggressive.
I mean, does this give Koi a chance? What do you guys think?
I think it gives them an edge. We need to think that every single team has come with an ace under their sleeve, especially for this LCQ, especially for the teams that have had a little bit more time. I hope that this is the one for Koi, that they have maybe put in a little bit more preparation. I was actually expecting some Soba after what we saw in Masters, but apparently not yet.
No, because they don't like to copy other teams, like to do their own things. And to me, it makes me think about our game against them, where they play Ascent with a very strange team comp, and it didn't go their way. So it's not so strange, because actually it's quite default, but it's not their comfort pick, especially for CNED.
Well, this is it. Navi, they are just one map away from champions, and this could be the end of the road for Koi. But as the Death said, this comp change, Tom and Mitch could potentially give them a chance. What do you guys think?
Well, CNED not being on a Jet should make it a bit easier after what we just saw. That's a mind-boggling change, I have to say.
You know what he's done? He's opened the book of Yumpy, and he's gone, Killjoy. Killjoy off.
It makes sense.
Yumpy can do it. I can do it. And we'll see.
yeah, Yumpy could do it.
We will see. The thing is, other than that, I feel like it has moved everybody else to either one of, if not their most comfortable agent. Like Zipan on Raze, we've been raving about it for ages, wanting to see it for a gargantuan amount of time. Like, just please give us Zipan on Raze, so we've got that back. Xiao on Fade, one of my favorite things to watch in the entirety of the game. So I get Su on Viper, and you've obviously got Angel going away from Cypher and back to Omen. So the only person now, in theory, on an uncomfortable agent is CNED. The problem is, it is the Killjoy. A lot of the time, you're going to be looking to try and delay the timing of popping utility. These are not things that we really talk about in CNED's wheelhouse. So it's something I'm going to be interested to see if they're able to exploit on the other side. Because if he's taking, well, he won't be taking the initial fight. If he's taking the second fight after his controller's gone down, that could be a bit more of a problem.
After his controller's gone down as well. I like, we know who's taking that first fight.
What you mean.
We know what's happening there.
It was subtle.
The reality is, though, I don't want anything going on in CNED's brain other than go here and aim. Those are the things he's best at, man. Look at his Blade Storm success rate. Just unbelievable.
I'm excited for Trex versus Zipan as well, though. Like, it was a battle in that first map, which was exciting. I think that this is a map where they do very well on the attack to set up Trex, and that's where they're going to be starting here for Koi. In the victories they've had versus Heretics, 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. One of them was an 8-1 attack, so the game literally ended before their attack did. So,
well, an interesting fight to begin with.
Hey, look, he was in the first duel.
What a surprise. Quelle surprise. Well, Angel's gone down, Smoke's with it, and you can see the side of Koi on the attack wanting to quicken their pace towards the A side. A player already in Sands making his way up the rope and into Heaven. A problem for anybody rotating from the spawn. For now, though, they won't be challenged. The spray through the smoke did so much damage. Wolfen and Shados quickly dealt with, and Zipan's off to a flying start. Not much of a slow to it. Maybe we'll see Starzo take him down, but never mind. 3 kills for Zipan right off rip. His Raze is looking good.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess that's the choice that Angel has right now, is who are you going to make uncomfortable, or who are you going to rely on more when it comes to that individual ability. And I think we saw the desk slightly split in the terms of, okay, we thought maybe he'd play either Jet or Raze, but I don't think there'll be an argument over who you'd rather have on Raze between the 2 players. Like, Zipan is an absolute tank on this agent, has been for a very, very long time, and to kick things off with that triple, well, they're looking to head their way back to another international event. Bear in mind that they have been on a hot streak of making it to LANs the entirety of last year. Okay, they didn't technically make it to the first one, but they did qualify. Unfortunately, other things got in the way. But this year, even if Japan wasn't what they wanted it to be, they made it there. Lock-in, obviously, because you get there for free.
It's a team that's also been plagued with stand-ins, individuals missing when it comes to international events.
Yeah.
Nice initiation. Voldement already down. Nade kept them back. Xiao's up close, ready to swing through the door and do some damage, but it's not necessary. Not against these pistols. They don't want to overextend and end up falling behind or giving weapons over to their opponents. So instead, they pop the smoke from Angel, and they start to slow it down. Still the alarm bot covering off north side as well, so nobody coming from Dish. You know, everyone else kind of slows it down. This guy's like, I think I heard a step main. Let me swing it with a Guardian.
They tap the orb, and the second they tap it, he paranoid the orb. He was like, no orb for you, and if you go any further, I'm going to peek you. They haven't. That's going to be one of the main goals as well for Koi in this round, is to make sure that you actually build up your ultimate economy where everything else will fail. But for now, at least, there hasn't been a mass amount of success, and it almost gets to the point where you just have to die. Now, the orb eventually is going to be taken, but 20 seconds left on this clock. Still no ground taken, and in fact, you're looking at a rotation from Shados underneath. I don't even think they know.
12 seconds left now. It is time to push through. They were hoping they had a bit more time on the clock, but it is very much time to go in and die, to be honest, just not to carry these weapons through to the next. And it's a flawless success for the side of Koi. They've all died. It's all good. Reset their economy 2-0 for NAVI.
Yeah, and they've already bought a couple of Guardians into this one. Rifles being juggled around as well. We've seen this many a time from NAVI with their purchases. They are looking to bring a lot of heavy weaponry. Thanks, Mel, but I am... They kind of asked me to talk.
Well, my boss tells me.
The thing is, she always shows this sign when we are casting and when we have Fracture, and it's really hard not to take offense.
Don't think she does it to anyone else either. I feel targeted.
Toxins going up.
We'll flash up top. The orb through. NAVI have tossed the orb to try and slow them down from, again, grabbing control over the orb in Arcade. Do damage to anybody trying to retrieve it, allow a kill to come down. And around like this, you're not going to risk it. For Koi, though, maybe they'll be able to bait out a fight with it as they make their way forward. Angel in an uncouth position, benefit of his agent being able to take elevated fights, and they have no idea. The shots don't land, though, and Starzo's able to take him down. Warning shots, I suppose, and they don't heed the warning as Koi blitz their way into B.
Well, the point of that was he was meant to take contact, and then Xiao was meant to swing, but because he kind of whipped so hard, he did go for contact. Xiao did swing, and they were still looking at him because the shots didn't connect. Definitely didn't go to plan with that one, but for Koi, well, couldn't have been any better. Trading out effectively. They will have their first win with the rifles, but now we get the real rifles. And hopefully the real Angel, because that was not the prettiest. It's actually Starzo to get both of the snapback as well. That's kind of ridiculous. A good start for him as well after a slightly quieter map. The other thing to mention as well, that the change of personnel in terms of their agents means that Wolfen is now on a less aggressive position. Now, he was fantastic in the last map, even though it was a loss, but expectations have to be on others to pick up the slack, especially on this attack side. Sure, he's going to be left to lurk, hold control. Okay.
It's not gone according to plan. Even with a dash, I don't think he was getting out of there. Straight into a triple firing squad, 3 players lined up, good flash. No aggression from Sugetsu. Forced back behind the smoke, and now all these players wasting away in spawn. This is going to be a very tough fight back through, with Angel left down to just 5 HP. When you look at the side of Koi's post plant, they still have a Molly and Aftershock. Their Stone will come online, and Nade to work with. Yeah, and I think NAVI, you're making that read. They spent nothing on the way through, so there's no way back in for NAVI.
That's the thing, like we saw the C's expended by Xiao, which actually does catch a player, but when they don't capitalize on it, it's like, okay, how much more utility do we want to burn up that we're going to have to repurchase into the next round with less than ideal circumstances and risk losing some of our weaponry when we could just save? I will say, like, Angel being the furthest forward player here with 5 HP, the one way kind of helping him out. He might have to burn the paranoia just to make sure he holds onto the gun, and Wolfen's done well. being able to find one player, it's how much further can he get? Can he cause any extra cost? No. They are going to keep the remaining 3 players surviving, but Koi again, a nice clean round. As said, there's high expectations on their attack.
It's funny as well that he was over by Dish, and it's literally paper thin up there. You can spam through that with ease and block.
Is this map in Korea?
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll let you away with that because he's your bald brother, but that's your one.
They're rusty.
Round 5. Showstopper for Zipan. Keep an eye on that as the round progresses. For now, though, it's over towards A. Deep smoke, Prowler, nobody there. So you're definitely not going to be deploying that anytime soon. The rotations, though, can start as NAVI realize there's nobody outside A. Well, there's only one other site they're likely to target at this point. So they've made the right read. There'll be 4 players here when the push comes to shove. But then again, Koi more than happy to sell these fakes, to play those late round rotations if they detect too many players.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock. Starzo 1 away, Shados 1 away. And Sagetsu, first kill going his way. An almost instantaneous trade, but bear in mind with some weaker weaponry on the board, trades won't be too bad. Nice flash out from Starzo though. Seeker gonna give away that there's a player up top, and CNED, well, he's not used to having utility. He's gonna be caught with it in hand. Maybe wanted to try and throw out a smoke.
A cloud burst it, yeah. Unlucky.
Sees through.
It's caught?
Yeah, the thing is that I think they were expecting more of a default plant spot, so even though it might have done the work in catching him. And now the main goal, well, any damage and maybe any weaponry being retrieved. Zipan, of course, doesn't have anything really to gain from this circumstance. And actually, still having the Tiger this late in the round might be a little peculiar. They did drop Coldamenta, though.
Oh, Wolfen has no idea how close Xiao is. The tip of his hat spotted as another falls. Koi now actually kind of under threat. They were for just a moment. Now, though, the time should be too far gone with 2 players. They can run the clock down perfectly. Xiao forces the fight, gets them both, but it's too late. The clock has won the round for the side of Koi, even despite some good fights from NAVI.
Yeah, no, Xiao's done an incredible job in this round, bringing the weaponry down to absolutely nothing when they had 3 rifles and ultimately ended up in, either 2v4, I think? They've done exceptionally well to make sure that that one is as costly as possible. The thing I'd like so far, though, is almost just the disrespect from Starzo. Like, I feel like he's getting into the zone of, like, okay, I can go toe-to-toe with these players. I can take risks, take space, and fight into their faces. And especially, as said, with an uncomfortable agent for CNED, the pressure being put onto him early is a good sign. Now, though, this is where the rifles come back in. Showstopper available, but look at the ults on the other side. Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder. 2 high-impact ults for Koi.
NAVI have that showstopper to return on. Maybe it'll get a chance. There it is, already used up. Shot out, but nobody found. They ducked down to underpass and just about evaded it. 11 HP left on Starzo as the nade tries to chase him down. He's inside the Wolf. It's going to be hard to escape it. He'll just about make it away. Out of reach, but the kills came through. Tying it up on a 3 versus 3 with Wolfen down and 10 HP on Starzo. Shados might just have to do this himself. Lead the way to the A site where Starzo will grab a plant. From there, it's about to be a tough round for Koi.
Yeah, he's so desperately low on HP. I felt like Shados almost has to try and make a play off this one. He has Rolling Thunder available. Timing is going to be everything here. His opponent of Xiao. A wall separates them.
Oh, I got him!
It's actually climbed back up. Even still, though, he's managing to hold this ground a little bit longer. Rolling Thunder available. He's going to use it just to try and get that 1 kill, and he's not going to get it! He stunned up Xiao, but it didn't even matter. And now Starzo sits 11 HP. He doesn't even know where the second player is. The wraparound from Saigetsu might just kill him off, but the time is ticking. He gets this kill. Maybe there's a way he could do it, but the timing has gone amiss. He's not in the right place. They're already going to start that defusal. He needs to kill this man off, and he won't be able to. The time was getting that a little bit lower, but no real stress for Navi in the end.
That was almost a Jack Igo play. Thankfully, not going to work out. The Sky flashing himself in. I looked for the 1v2 is probably the best chance that he had. The Rolling Thunder used up to no avail. That's a heartbreaker. And of course, it's Xiao that's able to hit both of those final kills.
Imagine you use an ult on one person, and you still don't kill him. That's got to be infuriating.
The only thing I would have given him the benefit of is, you know, he had the reveal. So if he hits that first headshot, I'm like, okay, you saw him coming around, he lined up, but it wasn't. There's a few bullets in. Oh, it's rough. It's really rough. Now 3-3. We're tied up. Could be a slightly better lead for Koi. The early Snakebite has actually managed to chip up a few. It's given a chance for CNED to even take them down on the cross with a wild spam. But in the end, it'll be healed up and just a few points of armor lost.
Yeah, a lot of ults burnt in that last round, bear in mind, though. They were pretty much all built up for the side of Koi. Now the Seeker's the only one available, and on the other side of things, Viper's Pit. And look at the push. North side, all the way. There is nothing watching this flank either, and they've used that Nightfall just to buy that extra time. Somehow, though, Starzo has turned back around and killed both flankers. If they were hit by an ult, revealed, the knowledge was there, and somehow he's still pulling magic out of that hat.
That's ridiculous. There was a ping on the floor, and then I saw Angel use his Shrouded Step. It looked like he thought maybe there was a trap wire that he was bypassing, but instead there was a player watching it. CNED. Well, look, he's already lost Xiao. 2 prongs left to this attack, now down to just 1. And Sagetsu not feeling like the attempted spear of 5 players. Instead, he's out of here trying to save the weapon. The ping's there. They heard him run back. They know roughly where he could be, and with the close corners cleared, it's evident he's trying to save this weapon out towards the B site. Oh, Sagetsu didn't! I don't know how he got away with that. But all right, in the end, Coldamenta dies, and he gets the orb he was looking for.
That's the thing. Coldamenta clearly was like, they were calling like, okay, I've heard him run back through mid, blah, 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 and he goes,
the close corner.
Okay, he's definitely nowhere near me there.
Well, he haven't.
So I'll just take the orb. Yeah, again, it's one of those things where I think maybe just overthinking it from Angel, but the thing is, everything up until that point from Na'Vi was perfect. Like, having that Nightfall going through, even if it didn't hit them, it still delayed them massively. They had a perfect flank to catch them in from behind, and then Starzo. And that has been the story of this game so far. He is currently 9-4 at the top of the board. Nobody else on his team even has half that many kills. High impact in high pressure scenarios. It's what champions are made of. It's almost like he's been there before.
Well, a timeout called by NAVI. Doombros has plenty of notes to give to his team. I'm sure the Barbar is rattling off commands as we speak as well. Of course, the score, 4-3 to Koi, not to NAVI, as the graphic shows. Don't believe it.
Liars. Liars everywhere. You can't trust anybody.
Maybe it's 4-3 to Casey.
I was looking at that, I was going, I know that Na'Vi didn't win that round, but the score was playing with...
Who's let Marcus get on the graphics? Right? Someone have a word with him. He's not allowed to do this. But yeah, we're going to be rocking back into things on round 8. And for Na'Vi, 1 round behind, it's been a slow start to CNED, right? Compared to the previous map where he was just dominating, I think we can clearly see this role is having its drawbacks, at least in the early stages. We'll see if it heats up and comfort is found later. But for now... well, look, I can't argue against CNED on Jet. I can argue against CNED on anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially being in such a pivot. Oh, see, that one's just unlucky.
Oh, lucky.
The timing couldn't be any worse. Trex is going to get a freebie, but I'm sure that, well, hopefully CNED isn't an elbowing desk stage. That's when you really have to worry, Trex, though. Squeaky clean. We brought up his raise earlier, but there is a reason we're excited to see him back on this role. We heard from Barber in one of the interviews the other day that he didn't have the confidence in it. That was one of the main reasons they weren't playing. That's why Starzo had picked up a role that, yeah, he's all right at, but definitely no Trex. With that confidence back in tow, Koi about to take themselves a bigger lead and a clean one at that. These last couple of rounds have looked very good for them, and all that stands in their way from flawless is Sagetsu, and well, he will stop them getting that.
Yeah, the first acquired, but the first of how many? These players are hunting him down. The flash has already popped. Player heard right behind him. He's trying to bait the player up top into swinging. He believes someone has already climbed the rope and was just about to take his life when he turned his back. Instead, there was no one there. They've fallen back. and they're allowing him to walk into a crossfire. Happy to just win the round without losing any more bodies. 5 on the board now for Koi as their lead extends, and we're starting to get to a pretty interesting place, and we haven't seen NAVI really look solid in a round and not get caught off guard, not be 1 kill down and saving in quite a while. It's starting to feel incredibly dominant from the side of Koi.
Yeah, this is where I want to see what NAVI have got with this composition. Like we expected, especially when you're running that sort of fade, raise, you expect to see some sort of competition for map control. Thus far, that hasn't really gone too successfully, and you need that when the expectation is for CNED not to really have the same sort of performance. With an operator, though, maybe the game will be a little different. Oh, he missed.
A rare
I've not
miss.
said that today.
No dash to get out of there, but he has managed it. Just his 2 legs. Utility didn't quite make it to him. And Happy now to take another fight and another miss for CNED. Oh, Zipan's luckily there to pick up the fallen pieces. The blast pack in was a little ambitious. And it's left NAVI on the back foot once more. A showstopper committed. They've used so many ultimates here, but it looks like they've won the round with 1 HP left on Sugetsu. He will not be attempting to reclaim that site. Instead, he'll be moving to B, where he'll save this weapon. That's 6-3 now for Koi.
Yeah, no, this is starting to look quite bleak for many reasons. It's actually interesting that CNED, well, it shouldn't make a difference with the shots, but it may just be that sort of level of confidence, knowing you have that backup. Sugetsu, obviously this is all about just saving the gun. It's not like he has anything else. He's not gaining orbs because he's already got his ultimate online. Well, for the remainder of Koi, they're just looking to hunt this down. They've still got plenty of cash available to them. But yeah, the interesting thing is he's not, in that round, he wasn't even placing his alarm bot. Like, it's just not being used. It's like, okay, the turret's got that side, I'll hold the other side. If I don't, I die. So it is almost not acting as a sentinel at all. Just, okay, I'm trying to hold on to control. There's a part of me, it's not even going to suggest the Jet. I wonder if it would have been worth just playing Chamber.
Just to get out of there, take those early fights.
And then have your off. If that's the plan, then Chamber makes way more sense.
For sure. Yeah, I think what we're seeing so far is a very strange take, not just on how to play the map, because there's not anything intrinsically wrong with what they're doing, maybe how they're doing it a small bit, but it's just to do with the pieces of the puzzle that they have. Having someone like CNED and utilizing him in this way is a strange thing. Nice shot to start with. You're down to pistols. Paranoia could help out massively. It's forced 1 player back, dodging the stun altogether. I thought Xiao was in for it, but Shados delivers when he's needed. Koi with another round win, and this game is feeling incredibly dominant on map 3. Koi want to fight their way back into this series.
Yeah, I wonder if they'd start wishing they started with this one. They just get off to a strong, well, start to the game. Like it's ridiculous how they're managing to just almost blitz their way through, even when there's multiple players waiting for them, even when they miss on that opening duel, the trade backs, it just seems like everybody is so comfortable on this map, winning 7 of the last 8 rounds. And now NAVI come in with 4 out of 5 ultimates. You have to feel like this is going to be a victory for them, and Trex is now even pulling in that operator onto the attack, expecting there to be some aggression. Of course, CNED no longer has his. The finances maybe not allowing for it. He does have some spares, but probably not enough.
Well, the nade up top along with the stun. It's been dangerous for many players in the past. It's CNED to fall to a molly this time. He was chased out by the nade, by the stun, and the molly was left to miss. Trex on another. The openings are there. They've got the site control and another plan to come in. For the side of Koi, everything is going right.
Where are you?
The NAVI have not found a response. Round after round, they found themselves in this position. The one thing they've managed is to avoid the plant for now. Make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Koi to eventually plant it and gain full control of this site. But, well, actually, Coldamenta doesn't have any smokes left, so it's going to have to be the flash out of Starzo. There it is. The flash, the stun, and nothing to go their way. They've lost both players now, and that spike is still stuck in heaven.
30 seconds left.
Crossing was difficult. They've got Trex. to help. At least managing one, but the showstopper could pretty much end this. He was waiting for that plant to go down. Maybe we're gonna get both, but no. Angel actually stole one just before the showstopper went through. Patience from Na'Vi is enough. It still definitely looks problematic. Like that A-site hold, it was basically just, it looked, well, panicky is the way I'd put it. But luckily, the retake for the remaining players, yeah, see that there was no way out. Good set execute, it has to be said, but definitely difficulty. And wow, I feel like an 8-4 half almost feels deserved.
I can already hear the analyst desk like, can I get last map CNED and this map CNED graphic, please? Yeah, all rounds, that's fine. Being a bit rough to begin. Xiao caught off guard. Great flash, blast pack from Trex, but it's traded. Angel, oh, he's struggling to get out of there. Luckily, he had the cover from a teammate like Zipan, and now he's back into the fray, back into the fight, and the nade to close it out. What a way to close the final round of the half. This was a dominant half for Koi, but in the end, it doesn't end up looking that bad for Navi. Little hiccup at the end.
Yeah, again, you're kind of looking at that trade-off. The trade-off is you get Zipan on this raise, and he's been phenomenal. Like, the amount of rounds he's almost won single-handedly. In that first fight, I think he was tagged down to 20 HP, still gets 2 more kills. Like, he just seems to be thriving when it comes to this agent, and that's the thing. Now, you move into that attack side. This is where he becomes that focal point. This is where you're going to have the likes of Angel Xiao looking to try and set him up as he bursts into sight. If he can keep this going, which... you're basically asking for him to get a 30 kill half, maybe even more with the way things are going, but not half, 30 kill game. 30 kill half would be a little bit absurd, but it is Zipan, so
that would
you
almost
never
be bannable.
Hey, I still remember when he like broke the ACS record with his Reyna on Icebox. For
something, right?
For Lothar, that was a bannable offense. For everybody else, I was like, you know what? That was pretty impressive.
I remember even starting to slip into Copium back then, be like, maybe this agent's like viable, meta?
Like,
what?
Oh wait, no, maybe.
Just him.
Maybe Zipan's just kind
There's
of
like
good.
3 players that could maybe pull that off, and outside of that, they're just going to throw your game. Back then, it was still when we saw players like Element popping off as well. I mean, he was another one that I would rant and rave at you if you see someone pick a Reyna. I'm ready to see them play poorly and call them out. Element never gave me that opportunity. He was always a stellar player. But yeah, this has been a tough one. And I mean, it's hard not to focus on seeing it. I haven't seen him have a performance like this for quite a while. And I think the desk mentioned it, first time on an agent like this, it is just so different to what he's used to. Even look at the time he dies to the molly. He would have dashed out of there. Like, he's just playing a different game.
Or he just wouldn't have been there. I think that's the other thing. Like, what's the chances of him just hiding in tower?
He would have been peeking A-main. Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a different look. There's positives, there's definitely negatives, but even still, getting this down to just a 2-round deficit going into that attack side. And as said, like, you look at the victories that Koi have had in the past on this map, you're talking about 8 rounds on attack. 9 rounds on attack. And even then, some of the times ending up going to very, very close scorelines. So this definitely isn't done just yet. We now need to see what Koi have been cooking up over on their defensive side. And if Na'Vi maybe have more of a focus on their attack, because leaving CNED to lurk, hold down map control, like, it's not going to change his first bullet accuracy. So maybe that's where they've been working on a lot of what their ideas will do for this one. Either way, for Na'Vi, it doesn't actually matter as much. It might sound silly, but they're 2-0 up within this series. If they lose their opponent's map choice here, they have a couple more maps, one of them being Ascent, which they've been very confident on. I'd be gobsmacked if CNED's not playing Jet on that one. So it's a completely different ballgame. And obviously for the side of Koi, you have to sit there and go, okay, you've won the half, you could have won it more dominantly. The pressure is on you.
I mean, they won 7 out of 8 rounds coming off the second round, right? The pistol loss, the follow-up was lost by Koi, and then they went 7 out of 8 rounds in a row. The reality is that was an incredibly dominant half in the majority of buy rounds, and whether you want to say Navi found a solution in the end or just had a good couple of individuals and a couple of setups across fires that worked out.
The solution was Zipango kill.
Funnily enough, who would have known? But regardless of what way you want to look at that, this is the worst setup, the worst start off to a map that I think Navi could have imagined. 1 or 2 things going against them, and this game is almost unrecoverable at this point. And instead, they've ended up 2 behind at the half. It's doable. It's certainly workable. Not ideal, but considering you've got 2 more maps coming up, I think there is 0 pressure on these players' shoulders right now. They've got to be feeling incredible about their odds. Maybe, again, with the exception of CNET. I don't imagine they could be winning 10-0. I think he'd still be like, I'd like to do something, guys. I'd like to not get shot in the back constantly.
Hey, if it gets him back to Champions, I don't think he'll mind so much. And that is the thing. We are deep within the storylines. The face-off of course, Coldamenta and Angel. I believe if you're going throughout the entirety of history, this is their 11th time facing off. But while on big organizations, this is attempt number 9. Dead even, 4-4. Chance for one of them to take their roster to Champions. Of course, for Coldamenta, it's a chance to take another team to an international event. Like the history that he has, doing it alongside with obviously the very first Masters, which was an international with Ascend, G2, obviously, Guild as well. And now he's sat here with Koi looking to try and do it again. But this is definitely the most challenging way he'd have to do it. LCQ, Champions on the line. He's never made it there, and they need to fight back from a 2-map deficit. They've got good maps ahead of them, but first they have to get through Fracture.
What a terrible time it would be to have had such a good season for Koi after turning it around here in LCQ, beating NAVI twice, and then fall at the final hurdle, the important game. Especially having 2 chances to qualify. Stings even worse coming from the upper bracket. But for now, that's not a thought that they can entertain. They're 7-5 in the lead. The pistol has already kicked off. The barrier's up long ago. 10 HP and 75 left on some of these players for Koi. The advantage is theirs, and the flash seems to just be there to keep them back, to slow the push of NAVI. They spotted CNET already earlier on. That's why he smoked off.
Tracks. His nade will have done even more damage. Angel left low, and there's so many players here at this point. You'd basically have to see massive mistakes for the side of Koi to let this one slip. They are somewhat out in the open and very committed into this site. The problem is 30 seconds left. It has to be the move now from NAVI to get anything done. Finally, they'll kill off Trex, but then there's the firing squad on the other side just waiting. There's no way they win this one off the time or off anything else. It's just going to be off a bloodbath as they look to make their way through. A single smoke, though, actually allowing the cross. They were waiting patiently to get that in. Saigetsu has somehow found another. This is starting to look a little disjointed from the side of Koi. This pistol should have been over a long, long time ago, and now somehow NAVI have found a way back in, an afterplant, as they know where both players reside. They even have the cross being held, and Saigetsu is just taking them down one by one. An ace to win out the pistol round from NAVI. And I don't know how Koi lost that.
You know what's incredible about this? I'm staring at Starzo with a flash in hand, waiting to see it pop the whole time. You mentioned the firing squad held up on main. The smoke that went down plays against them if they pop that flash through. What actually happened was Angel snuck his way over to the door, opened it up. Starzo turned around, went, I see what you're trying to do, buddy. I know how you like to play. Goes back, uses his flash there, thinking he can isolate a 1v1. He doesn't. And now he doesn't have his flash, and what happens? Everybody comes through the smoke, one after another. Saigetsu picking them off as they do. That is a ridiculous round, and honestly, experience is what wins you that. NAVI knew if they pumped the brakes, Koi would get cold feet. They'd start to get itchy and want to move.
Do you know something funny? Angel using a smoke in the late round.
Angel being alive in the late round.
Well, that's the point I'm making. What are the chances of that ever happening? It wins them the round as well. Just that extra little bit of doubt thrown into the minds of their opponent, the space to cross, it's impressive. And well, Koi could have had a golden path, a yellow brick road. Instead, well, facing him with very little. Saigetsu, he is still just getting kills with this Ghost. The same from the last round. Finally, somebody else will get a kill. Has seen it, I believe, with his second of the map.
That's quite a statement around 14.
Yeah.
Again, doubling down on that graphics package. Previous map and this map comparison. There is no comparison. Oh, just about safe there, Coldamenta, and he's walked into the nade. He was gone no matter what on that one. Just an attempt to take someone down with it. Oh, that couldn't have went any worse. Drop the weapon to retrieve another, and
hey,
well.
Angel's timing around those doors.
It's good. It's good. He is feeling the round breathe. Suffocating it at just the right moment. Gorgeous stuff so far. 7-7 as we're tied up.
17-6, by the way, for Saigetsu. Like we spoke about it in some of the earlier maps that like he was actually keeping up with CNED. Well, I think his overall stats are going to eclipse him just because of what he's been doing in this map so far. And now for Koi, as said, they had a huge advantage. They could be sat here 9-5 up, getting their way ever closer to taking us to a fourth map. And instead, level pegging NAVI, getting ever closer to booking their ticket to Champions, and Drex is gone. He's come just from the wallbang. A response will be there, though.
At least some fight left in them for now. And with Angel falling, this could be great. Shados has the control, but he's flanked on by Zipan. Another angle not expected. And Starzo's down to 45. It's left in the hands of Cole Dementa for the most part to do the damage. A smoke, a molly, a flash still in play for Starzo. They could combine into a scary situation. Zipan not caught moving down the rope. He's seen a second later. Fighting now dangerous as he's on 40 HP.
Oh, the
flash
miscommunication.
That's another one. When you have that smoke still to play with. We know how important it can be. A headshot delivered. Now, very little HP to share. Just above 50.
That's the thing, everybody in the server right now, low. Obviously much worse
30 seconds
for one side of things.
I saw Starzo get decayed. I thought he'd like jump down and lost 30 HP, but
timing! Oh, he's gonna go down. Zipan just not missing a beat, and now Codementa, the wrap through, is gonna try and fake the sound of the door as he swings back in his work, but he doesn't hit the shots! The Viper's Pit's gonna go up. It doesn't make a difference to Coda. He's on 8 HP, but that could have been it. He could have brought things back. The second he walks through, he's surely gonna demise, and that will be Zipan with another multi-frag round. And I don't know, it looked like there were so many opportunities here for Koi to get themselves into the lead, and instead, they now sit one behind. Every single thing that NAVI does, everything they touch seems to turn to gold, and oh, this man is at the heart of it. Such a great map from Zipan.
That yellow brick road not looking too bright now for Koi. The path to champs 3 maps in a row. Now they've lost their lead as well, one that they fought hard for, and they looked incredibly strong when they gained it. No signs of slipping until now. They're gonna wish they could click their heels and wake up from this nightmare fairly soon. And with Angel picking up a double, just denying any space for this squad on a low buy round, they'll be getting nothing done. The spike easily retrievable for Navi. It's left in their spawn. Koi will hope to just go on the hunt for a couple of kills, a few players who don't have buddies close by. And well, there is one of them. Zipan is up close, a battle between both Raze players. Drex having a disadvantage in weaponry, but a shot to the head would leave him dead. Luckily for Zipan, that is, the shot is missed.
Well, NAVI this time taking it slow. They've got such an inherent advantage in this round. There's no real reason or rhyme to overface, take any risks. They're waiting to see what sort of response their opponents have, and unfortunately, with the patience, they did start to rotate players away. Now, they at least have all of their players in the right place at the right time, but doing anything with that is another story altogether. Starzo priming a flash, somehow managing to get one. A little bit of support from his teammate, and now the clock starts to become a bit of a factor here. Shados has dropped it once more. Somehow this has become doable.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds. The swing's gonna come through any moment now. The turret might spot it, but not in time. They haven't gone for it. They thought maybe they could play it on the time, but no. It's come down to the fights in the end with the spike plant. CNED secures it. 9 on the board for Navi. The lead ever greater. And the gap between the two. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Koi pick up a round. Some have been close, but that's little consolation when you're this far behind.
Yeah, the way this round started, it looked like it was going to be easy. Again, another well-timed flash, some solid utility. And honestly, that came down, genuinely came down to the distance a blast pack was thrown. If that goes a little bit further forward, that denies the plant. And that's why you didn't see the remaining two players just rush the planter. They believed that blast pack would have done it. And so they didn't hear the second attempt to plant, so they just waited. And unfortunately, for Trex, just came up a little bit short. Now, well, only 2 rounds behind, but it's going to feel like a lot for the side of Koi. They were going into this with a lead. They took the first 2 kills in a pistol and let it slip. And Angel, he's been disrespecting them, but this time Trex put him in his place.
It's about time. The opening duel lost by Angel. Back to normality as Koi seek out their win. We're going to have Seekers catching some players just outside of A. And it's actually going to sell that they're all the way over on this B side. The information there to play with now for the side of Koi, but they pushed up north side, spotted by CNET. No successful duel. The stun pushes him back. They've bought space. And they're hot on the heels of these players who are just now making their way into heaven on B. The Rolling Thunder is going to be deployed. Koi on their way back through, seizing this space out of the hands of their opponents. And NAVI can do little to fight back. The spike down, as are all of the players on the attacking side. Koi finally found a solution.
Nah, that's the exact sort of round you're looking for. As clean as it gets, boost that confidence up a little bit, and not out of the map as said. Of course, there's going to be a response. NAVI still having a showstopper of their own, one on either side, but these are the sort of confidence plays from the likes of Starkso, Wolfen as well, that we were seeing early in this map, where they were just blitzing through all of CNED's utility. Here we go, though. Nearly every single ult close to being online for the side of Natas Vincere, and while the early fight is not going to pay off this time for Koi, they've been forced back, and NAVI going back into what is more of their patient stance. We saw it over the last few rounds, executing quite late. They are, however, going to use the lockdown here. They have players watching to see if anybody's going to try and make an excursion through Arcade, but nope, the majority, in fact, all of them, are either in spawn or rotating the south side.
Oh, Angel's lucky there's no one to follow up on that trap being triggered. Koi being very cautious as they give up a ton of space. The Tiger, okay, it's caught him. Stunned up and soon to be gunned up, but CNED's here to support. He's not swinging too wide. Bought his time, or at least manages the trade with the kill from Sagetsu. The lead stays in their hand, but not for long. With CNED falling, someone else needs to step it up, and Xiao gonna whiff the shots from down below. Showstopper activated, Zipan's looking to delay them at least for a moment. And the shot is good, right onto Trex with Shados found. The odds have flipped. In a heartbeat, Wolfen finds himself alone, his pack nowhere to be found. And the time so desperately low, even the blast pack costing him precious seconds that he cannot afford to lose. It's already done. The question is, can he even make it out alive? And it's not looking likely. The spike taking him down and pushing NAVI up one more. The lead extending up to double digits.
Yeah, just the time that was bought. I think Trex realizing that if they don't make that pressure onto the player with the showstopper, the clock would be too far gone to fight back, even though they did well. I like this outside adaptation, the lockdown pushing them back. They didn't just sit there, they didn't just wait. They rotated and took back ground, put the pressure onto Saigetsu, which has been difficult this game. He still sat there with a 2 KD.
It's ridiculous, actually. Zipan's not far behind him. One extra death in the way through, catching him. The good thing here, let's sell some hope for Koi. They've got the showstopper. They've got the orbital strike. A ton to work with. This could be massive if this stun hits.
Yeah, he could be past the contact point, though. That's the thing. Angel, I don't know if this is even going to go through onto him. In fact, they're going to swing. Nice work. Decent trades. That was the main worry, is that he just, again, just disrespected them to the point
That's crazy.
where there was nothing to be had. Oh, Cena, if he's going to go, he's got to go now. Otherwise, it's going to be revealed. And oh, even while being pinged, the spike's now going to be dropped.
This is an expensive round for Koi off rip. I love the idea. They've got to secure it now. The easier part sometimes with CNED taking down Wolfen, some utility loss, some information to be gained for the side of Koi. Both players now regrouping. HP decent. They've even got a Nightfall to play with. Unlikely that it's deployed here.
Every player's isolated. Even if they did use it, it would likely only connect onto one person. That might be by design of Koi, not wanting to risk it. Utility dodged. They know nobody's in the corner anymore. That at least helps them out a little bit. But the clock even starts to become an issue here. They've managed to get the spike. They just took it. They just walked up. Nobody stopped them. Somehow, okay, there we go. Denial of utility. So many flashbangs going off in the face of the opponent. They don't expect Xiao to be deep, though. CNED has to stick it this time, and now they have grouped up. Xiao just looking to defend him, but he can't do it. CNED sat on the back. He almost converted that round. But again, Koi, they cling on.
Not your out of charges.
Not their day. Well, that remains to be seen. Breach, but Koi are certainly heating up, closing in the distance. That came so incredibly close, down to a second. I mean, CNED, if he has his gun out half a second earlier, it's a different game. From that first fight, they're able to swing together, able to get the trade by a margin I don't want to consider.
Hit the headshot. Like, even if he doesn't get the insta-kill, that could have been...
that body, I think CNED makes the adjustment. We've seen it.
Oh, yeah. No, I definitely don't doubt him in that regard.
Hit them fast.
Also, considering how much they expended there for their contact play, the fact that that was so close.
Trax is going.
Doesn't make me feel comfortable.
Marked one.
Nobody caught outside of Ace, outside clear. Trap for North. They've seen players outside B. I think the initial plan here was to get Trax popping that showstopper, but once the lack of information is found, they decide to slow it down. Pushing us through. Well, I say slow it down. It's 120 on the clock. They're in their opponent's spawn. Two players pushing up. That turret has seen them. Information now in play for their opponents. And so Navi decide to blitz forward. There's players behind us, so there shouldn't be too many in front of us. Lesser of two evils. And for now, they've certainly found the safer spot to plant in the open. And oh no, Coldamenta. He got hit by that ult.
That might be a save.
Oh, yeah, that has called it. No smokes even on the way back through. You would have to hope Trax maybe just gets like a double with the showstopper, something ridiculous, and it's not worth it. Not this late in the game.
No, and with the back and forth, Navi again creep ever closer to making it to champions. Again, you have to talk about the fact that in this matchup so far this season, they were yet to take a map. Losing twice in 2-0 fashion. The last time out, it was incredibly dominant. 9 rounds is all they managed across the 2 maps. This time out, they fixed their issues. They've changed a lot of what they've been running from map to map, different compositions, and the fact is you get into these later maps, like Lotus being the last, and maybe Koi have a chance, but the fact is getting there now seems a much tougher task. At the beginning of the year, we expected Navi to be that top 2. Okay, Fnatic have looked filthy. Liquid being competitive, but at a minimum, a 3rd place. Well, now they're looking to take the 5th spot at Champions. It hasn't been the year that Navi wanted just yet. But we talk about that story of redemption, and for Koi, they are the only thing standing in the way of Natus Vincere, and they need to dig deep. Because at this point, Navi are only 2 away.
Oh, the push down. They're going to try to destroy the lockdown. Showstopper's gone in. Lockdown still up. Someone needs to swing. Someone needs to take that fight and destroy that ultimate, but nobody can. They've all been killed on the way through. Shados running for his life. He'll barely round the corner, tucking in his belly as he goes. Just about able to survive. There's only one player who's not. Wasn't stunned up. But they realize the timing is right now for them to be back online. There's no need to push further. It's a 4 versus 2. Shados gets some health back, but the fight's going to be near impossible. 2 flashes online for Starzo, still his Tiger to play with. But those rifles and the lack of credits to back them up make this an easy choice. An easy choice on paper, maybe not too easy to call and stick to. They have to save it, get out of here, and fight for 3 rounds in a row. Not only 3 rounds in a row to win the OT and then make it 3 maps in a row.
We've said it. The desk has said it. When their opponents hit 12, Koi become a different beast. But that's the thing. Unfortunately, they've had that pretty much every single time. Navi have hit 12 before them. in every map so far, and unfortunately for them, they have been yet able to turn things on its head. For Natus Vincere, they are an organization with a history of success across multiple titles. They spent that dollar to get this team. The Phoenix fell to ashes, and now they look to rise back up once more. It is a tough spot for Koi to be in. As said, they've got the caliber of players. You've got Masters winners. You've got Champions winners. You've got an in-game leader who's done it with more teams than anybody else. You've got a coach who's been there before, alongside him as well. But at this point, he's been given 30 or so seconds to try and fix every single problem that they have. And
it's a tough job.
Some would say it's an impossible job. You not only have to...
Most people wouldn't make it as coaches, let me tell you.
That is also true. There's the couch coaches, but they're slightly different.
A little bit sit back in the armchair. Well, I'll tell you what, there's no sitting back and relaxing for these boys right now. This is one of the biggest games of their careers, certainly looking at the implications on the rest of the year. And for NAVI, it's unreal. The last time they played this team, we were talking about the worst streak in Angel's career. We hadn't seen it since beta days. Like, VALORANT had always been somewhere that he could find success. Maybe Boaster's squad, Summon FC or Fnatic could always cause problems, headaches. Time and time again, he came out on top. And even outside of that, in the few losses they experienced along the career, it was never more than 2 in a row. Just a few days ago, he hit 4, doubling up. The worst season that he'd ever had, and now the path to redemption, it's paved clearly in front of them. One more round for NAVI. They will be locking in their spot at Champions, where, don't get me wrong, plenty more to prove when they go there. But what a way to start it if they end up 3-0 in this LCQ finals.
Look at the weaponry for Wolfen. It's not ideal, and Angel will be the one to kick things off. A start that they desired, and he looks to lead by example. 3 players now standing in the way of Angel making it back. That redemption story being complete, but he almost goes down.
Oh my God, Trax has just gone for it. Blitzing through, they want to end this quickly. At least this round, hopefully in their favor. Coldamenta doing well to fight back. Zipban's only got the 1. The chance here for Koi to get the defuse already halfway. They're gonna swing out wide, take him down, and they'll do just that. The pond has run dry for Koi as NAVI pave that road to redemption. Now they've locked in their next destination of Los Angeles.
Oh, you mentioned it. To hell and back. The Angel had to rise from the depths. The wings have sprung as they will be flying their way over to Los Angeles as they look to fight once more on the champion stage. They have been there before. They have battled in this position, and unfortunately for their opponents, only one made it this time. It will be CNED to go back to Champions 2. Someone who, the last time he faced on that stage, he took that trophy home with him. We'll see if he can be the missing piece for NAVI to now do exactly that.
Their previous opponents, KC, had a phrase, J'aime 2 sans 3, never 2 without 3. But it turns out NAVI's 3rd time lucky seems to be the charm. Taking down Koi. When this season, all that met them was defeat. Not a single map up against this opponent. And now they take 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Just Angel thinks at the end of the day. I don't know why it still surprises me.
No, and then that's the thing, that now puts him 1 up over Coldamenta as well. There was a lot sort of riding on this series, the head-to-head between the players individually. Another chance for CNED to send out Shados on his road to Champions. I'm sure he's not going to forget that one in a hurry, and we'll be talking about that revenge story the next time it comes back around. Unfortunately for Koi, that is where their season ends. We thought, let's be honest, we thought it ended a while ago.
We really did.
The fact that when they came into this LCQ, they were looking at a horrific streak, ending joint bottom at the table, and now they come this close. An overtime in the first map, a fight back in the second, never seeming down and out. I do still feel like there's some hope for this roster, but that's not my job. That's for someone else. And on the other side of things for NAVI, well, they now make it, what, I think a 6th international event in a row. It's been ridiculous how much consistency they've had at making it there. Now we look at them, okay, How far can they go? Because they have been underwhelming this season, but right when they needed it, after losing 4 maps in a row to this squad, they win 3, almost at times making it look easy.
We have to hope we send all 5 players to that international event this time around.
Don't even say it.
We've seen them battle with stand-ins before and look incredible. Here today, new things happening. We got CNED on a Killjoy. Did we like it? No, but we got it. Hopefully on the international stage, we'll see more of that Turkish jet because the OG strats were working out here today.
Oh, yeah.
What a statement of a series for this squad. And now they have a chance to double down on it. Take that #1 seed coming out of EMEA from the LCQ regions.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And I think it's arguable.
Technically a #4 seed.
You know, for EMEA, sure, but amongst the LCQ teams, regionally, whoever comes out on top in EMEA, being as we're the #1 region right now, right? On paper, we got extra slots. I assume is going to be the #1 seed. And so there's quite a bit to fight for there. I don't know if we'll see CNED's Jet exclusively, or if we're going to get CNED on Gecko and CNED just throw out all the agents.
I do want Zipan on Raze, though. That was fantastic
on Raze
today, honestly. A worldy of a performance from him, and something I'm glad we've seen come back after quite a while. I feel like Zipan Go Kill finally returned to the stage, and he was unbelievable. Saigetsu, after a quiet first day, the next 2... honestly unstoppable, and there's some emojis. I think it's something post plant with Doom Bros next. Okay, cool.
Sweet. Let's send it away. We'll see you guys soon.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last and final post-plant of the entire year here in EMEA. I know this is the last one. And what a guest we have with us as well. We have Doombros, the coach of NAVI. Eric, first of all, welcome. Congratulations, you qualified for another international tournament, but this time you actually had to play LCQ. So talk me through the experience here, the lower bracket, and everything else in general. What was it like?
First of all, I realized why it's called post-plant, and there's a lot of plants here. I just got it, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, at least before it ended, so that's something.
Yeah, so like a
Yes.
big aha moment. About your question of our journey, I think we have a lot of expectations on ourselves. I think everyone has expectations of us, and it's been really hard to be in a slump, because we've been in a slump, like we really have. I think we haven't won a game since maybe we won one game, but after the Fnatic loss, we kind of went on a down spree for a long time. And I think sometimes you just need a win to kind of break that and go out of it, because in practice, like in scrims, our preparation for this was actually really good, you know? Like, I'm sure you're also a smart guy, so people might say troll comps, but you can kind of see the idea behind it, right? Just need to be executed correctly and the way it should. But somehow when we come to stage, sometimes we don't execute it correctly. People are doing some decisions that they shouldn't make, or not just shooting, or maybe pushing a little bit too far an agent they shouldn't push with, you know? I'm not saying anything.
That's the Navi way. That's the Navi way.
But we had seen the glimpses of the idea behind it, like today on Split with the Fade race, the stuff that you typically expect to be happening actually were happening this time.
I want to bring it to this map, though. Let's just address the elephant in the room. I think we all desperately want to know what's been happening, because Eric, CNED, you know, on Jet, on Raze, on Neon, on Omen, on Yoru, we've seen it all. But why today on Fracture, on Killjoy?
I mean, we read the Reddit comments and we decided to go with a meta comp, and this is how it should look like, you know? So it's all because of them. You know, it's not our fault, it's their fault. We listen to the community and have to be...
Eric, this is the last post-plan of the year.
Okay, give us
I need to know.
Okay, I will be 100% serious, okay? This is like really 100%. It will sound a bit silly, but it's 100%. So back when Pro came out with the old roster with FTX, we came up with a comp that had Chamber in it, right? And we put Ardis on Chamber. And from scrims, he didn't like Chamber, thought it was boring. He said, put me on anything else, not Chamber, anything else, you know?
That's when he played Cypher.
And he plays Cypher, yeah. And has a better game, you know? Here it's a bit different, but he's like, I can play anything, it's fine, just put me on anything. He does, okay, you can play Killjoy, it's fine, it's gonna be a good map, you know?
He didn't put up a fight, he was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but the good thing about him, he kind of accepts that it won't be as good. Obviously we will look over some of the roles, right? I don't think this is our final comp. I think we have 3 variations of it.
Of course.
Navi style, right? But just one of these where a player says he can play something, I let him, and he just learns the hard way in officials if it fits him or not, you know? Well, the same with Ardis, you know? And after a tough game, he just, okay.
I have actually a question, because on Fracture, that was one of your maps when you actually had the most stability in the compositions in my eyes, right? You had played it 4 times with Yoru, right? And what's the reason to like completely change it when it comes to the roles?
I think we want to go in a little bit of a different direction with the team. I think you're seeing on all maps that Xiao is playing more of the Fade, more of the Sova. Sipan is coming back a little bit more to the Race. Omen on Angel, right? So we're just trying to figure out the roles a little bit better to make the whole map pool feel more stable for all the players, and maybe we'll have some nuggets of maps that will be a little bit uncomfortable, right? So
that's where the CNET question mark comes in, right? Because he would be preferred to be on the duelist, right?
Yeah, but then if he what a Zipan play, right? So it's kind of someone needs to suffer in the team, and unfortunately it's our new guy that has to suffer.
I mean, Zipan suffered for a long time, because he came in as the Raze in the beginning, and then he didn't play the Raze for a really long time, I feel like. So I get where you're coming from. You know, you can't have everybody 100% comfortable, but I guess the golden question, which I believe Angel once said, is that we only need 2 scrims on a comp, and we're comfortable to play in an official. How many scrims did you have on this comp?
On this comp we had probably 3 weeks.
Oh, really? Oh.
But
how many games was that?
No, a lot. But the split comp was the first time we ever played it.
Ever?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like in an official or ever?
Wait,
ever.
But today's split comp, not the Sage one.
Yeah, today. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's what we expected because last time you played split with Sage on CNET, right? And this time you went to the double duelist.
Yeah,
right?
just first time. Yeah.
But you can see literally how much comfort for the players means when it comes to execution.
But I think
style,
also
right?
today, I think this event we only lost maps that we didn't have preparation and scouting on the enemy, right? So this time we had preparation and scouting for every map that we were gonna play. So it just felt really comfortable. We can come up with plans, with counters, even counter picks, right? It's kind of a style we like to do. And like that's what happened on Split, for example, it's a counter pick.
Since you didn't play Lotus, and Lotus against Koi was such a big blowout last time, can you shed a little bit of light of, did you prepare a specific against Koi? Like, it doesn't matter, right?
He's not gonna give us
It's gonna matter.
Yeah.
We, like me and my sister, we prepare all maps. Like we sit up until 5 in the morning after each game day, you know, coming up with like a lot of stuff. So we were 100% prepared, and I'm like super confident in Lotus, even against them, you know? Like we know what went wrong.
I'm unhappy that
we know how to exploit everything that they did. Like we got one match of footage on them on how they play it, because it wasn't before, like it was like 6 or 8 weeks before games, right? No, so I was confident in all maps today.
In terms of the fact that you play Split for the first time, that comp, I mean, seeing it on Jet, he's played so many games of Jet and also so many games of Jet on Split, so I think you might not necessarily need the practice, but when did you decide to do that? What was the time frame? Yesterday? Day before yesterday?
This morning.
This morning?
Yeah.
Was it you that wanted to do that? Or was it
Angel.
some Angel?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he must have been confident if he wanted to change that this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's Slig said this. He said like when Angel has some crazy idea, he said the fix for Navi is just to say no.
But this one you say yes.
But this one I said yes,
right?
because he's actually good at convincing you. You know, he's a good convincer, and like when you look at how he explained it and what he wanted to do with it, and his idea, it was really good. You know, like I knew we should win. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since we're talking about Split so much, I'm going to ask producer Sam to bring up a little bit of something we had prepared when it comes to Split in the Logitech Pro Insight, where I'm going to set this up a little bit because, Eric, on Split, obviously, when you got to round 12, they came back into it and you had to go to OT. But in OT, you won the first round. You were 1 round up. You were about to win the entire map, but you called a tac pause. And a few of us were confused. We were like, why are they the ones calling the tac pause? So first of all, can you talk me through why you did that, what was said, and then we're going to run the round, and then maybe you can explain if the boys executed all your ideas.
I mean, I took a timeout because obviously we played defense on the second time, right? Yeah. So obviously we lost a bunch of rounds on defense leading up to the
OT.
The OT,
yeah.
right? So it just makes sense. Even if we win an attacking round, I still want to take a timeout and talk about our defense, right? And fix the mistakes that we were doing for 4 rounds before the overtime, right? I don't want to say exactly what I said, but we did what I said. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, let's just run the round, and you can talk us through. Maybe you don't have to reveal exactly what you said, but what was the adjustment here for you?
I mean, okay, I don't want to reveal too much. Honestly, it's like because it's like it's a big. We have a big system on how we do it, but like it's. In this particular round, we're playing a setup that's quite familiar, but with a small tweak to make it more unpredictable, I would say. You know, so you take something that is familiar, you tweak some small details about it, and it would be more confusing for the enemy, and you know that this general setup is good. And that's it. We don't have to overcomplicate things. I just said, like, play these setups, fucking trust just trust them.
Don't worry about it, don't worry.
Yeah. And that's it, you know, because we read them, we had them, so.
Were you happy with how it ended up going this round after the tag?
Yeah, super happy. Usually what happens is I have some ideas, some macro ideas in my head and some general setups, and then Angel or CNET comes up with the micro adjustments. I think in this round... Was it this round?
Wait, can you talk a little bit more about that? How much CNET does the mid-game calling?
He used to do it more, but we kind of scale it down. I think in Ascend he was used to being the guy who kind of, we're doing something and he decides what he do, and just everyone just put his tilt on him. Yeah.
Okay.
And in our team, we kind of experimented with it. Like during the season, we had some maps or some matches where Senior was a bit more of a voice in the mid rounds, and some matches where he was less of a voice, right? Because we're trying to find a balance, you know. I think more importantly for him is to be a voice on defense, right? That's usually where the jet operator needs to call what he needs to do, right? How his teammates should play around him. And on attack, we kind of scale it down a little bit to try to, let's say, play the fundamentals better, right? Because you saw in Tokyo, I think in every map we lose, we have more entries than the enemies. Like even in the whole Tokyo, right? So the like strategic game, the entries are there. It's just the decisions and the advantages that we need to focus on. And you need one voice to kind of focus the whole group, right? You don't need 5 cooks in the kitchen trying to solve one round, you know? Yeah, so that's been like kind of a preparation, right?
Oh, that's interesting to know. I do also want to show you something, which is a stat, a leaderboard. I believe it's probably still the same for this, because when it comes to first kill per round, I don't know if this would surprise you or not. Angel's actually 4th at LCQ when it comes to first kill, not first death, first kill. And he's ahead of CNET. I also saw him tweet about this on Twitter, trying to explain why it works. I kind of want to hear it from you. You know, why does this work? Is this something that you guys want to do intentionally?
I don't want to say too much. I think a lot of those are also, I would say, eco kills. Not say too much. But also, I think Angel has his play style, right? How he views the game. And our team is kind of built around him and his vision of the game, you know? So changing the way he plays the game too much would not work in the team he built around himself, right? So it's more about him being able to do what he wants, and we're setting up the rounds and setting him up in positions to succeed, you know? And sometimes that doesn't work, but that's more a failure of the team and me and not on him, I would say. Sometimes, obviously, it's his fault. I'm gonna say it, you know.
What exact time? Like, give me the time code. No, I'm kidding.
But like on Split today on attack, right? Like he might have been a bit too far forward, right, compared to CNED. But it's just nice to feel like sometimes your jet might not be having the best shape, but you have your second jet main, Angel, being able to like create these opportunities and call from it. And if he's dead, then it's not the biggest deal in the world, because we have plans on how to play the rounds when we don't have our smoker, right? So.
You know what's funny is that whenever I see Angel play, like this playstyle, we're already accustomed to it for the past years. But whenever I see him on Brimstone, I'm like, this fits perfectly for him. It's like this agent is made for him. Make him play him more, you know?
Trust me, it's all I want. It's all I want for Christmas. It's for him to play Brimstone. It's so good. Like I just enjoy it because it takes me back to the Party Paris days, and when he used to just run it down with Brimstone, and he could duel any opera in the world and just, you know, headshot them. So I think this kind of Angel factor in the game is something that benefits us too, you know, because if you have a player in the game that you have to, like, maybe he plays a little bit weird, maybe he plays in some different way, it affects, it affects them, because I remember playing against CNED in Ascend. And you're playing CNED in Ascend, you know, it's in the back of your mind.
It was so weird that 3 years ago, I mean, even before Ascend, right, he was like the guy that revolutionized how the jet was gonna be played, so you never expected the way he played.
Yeah. And now it's new times, you know, he has to still play jet, but also play in a team game, right? So it's different times, but when you have, like, I can remember Para back in, you know, his lurks or stuff like this. So, like, anytime you have some player in the server that plays like a very unique style, it affects the team. They have to adapt, you know, and it can give you an edge, I would say.
I feel like if it works for you guys, I mean, it's worked for all these years. But I do think, though, I think in the beginning of Postman, you mentioned you have been in a slump. I think coming into this year, you only made one change, so people thought you would at least win maybe even a trophy at this point, regionally or internationally. Why do you think that you have been in a slump? What's the reason from your perspective? And is this the end of it now? Are we champions? Things are going to be different?
I mean, I'm a realist. I think every team that plays here are really good. But it's obviously a new meta, right? New patches, new players. New environments. Yes, I just think that all those factors, it's probably 10, 20 different factors that can make you play bad, right? For me, it's more of a natural thing, you know. You can sometimes just let the slump happen. Like we know how good we are, we know how much we work in scrims, and you know, I don't want to say our win rate in scrims because scrim buck doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But like, there's a reason I come in here and I feel confident. You know, I feel confident against any team, even in the world. When we got to champions now, I feel super confident, right? So just translating that confidence and those strats into an actual match, you know, and it's something we've been working on behind the scenes on how to do it, like changing some different stuff. I don't want to reveal too much, but like we're very aware of it, that we're not playing up to our potential. Right?
But is this the end? You think this is a
I
new
hope it's
beginning,
this end.
perhaps?
Usually when you're in a slump, you only need to get over that edge and kind of the stone lifts from your chest, and you can breathe again, you can feel relaxed. We kind of already made it to champions. That's like everyone's goal. And then we just set the next goal, and it's to win champions. But we already have a big win now of qualifying for LCQ. You know, it's actually like a huge accomplishment for all of us, because it is harder than you think, right? To both go to Tokyo, meanwhile the rest of the teams here get to rest. You know, so everyone has extra 3 weeks of preparation compared to us, right? Or rest. So, you know, we're kind of disadvantaged in that sense, but we made it anyways, so I'm just happy.
I will say, I don't know if you saw this, but a mini coach of Fnatic, I think he did a cheeky little tweet being like, "You're welcome, NAVI," because obviously we get 2 slots because of them, right? So how does it feel? How bad does it feel that you're indebted to Mini?
It happened twice, because I think we qualified to Tokyo because Fnatic won lock-in. We were the 4th seed, so they gave us Tokyo, they gave us champions, you know? So Fnatic, I love you boosters so much, you know? We might be enemies in the game, but outside, you know, like, yeah, I love you. That's it.
Oh, that's so sweet. We do have one best of 5 left, though. This is not the end. If you guys take a look at tomorrow's schedule, it is going to be NAVI versus Giants. Now, the only question I have is, Eric, what would it cost? Name your price. Me and Lothar can put our savings together in order for us to see the return of the Angel Jet. What can we do to make that, to convince you and Angel for us to see that tomorrow?
If you buy me the new skin bundle.
Wait, which one? The Odin? The one with the Odin?
The Gatling.
Yeah.
Oh, say no more. Wait, you haven't got that yet?
No, I don't buy too much skins.
Okay, say no more. Say no more. What's
Deal.
your... Yeah.
Shake hands.
Easy.
Shake it.
Easy. All right, so we get Angel on Jet tomorrow. I cannot wait.
We can put those euros together.
Easily. We got that. I didn't realize it was going to be that easy. I thought you were going to say
I thought it was going to be like unland.
Yeah, my firstborn or something like that.
I'm panicking. What did I do?
So you guys can blame us tomorrow if that happens. But thank you very much, Eric, for joining us. Congratulations on making champions. We will see you tomorrow, though. Job is not fully done just yet. Thank you, of course, Lothar, for joining me today as well. Thank you to you guys at home for watching and also keeping up with the fact that this is the final post-plant. We probably will be back next year, though, with more foliage. But there is still the grand finals tomorrow. So make sure, everybody, you have a good night's sleep. Meet us here, and we will see you then.
Next year, we're drinking.
Here we go, boys. Vamos! Nice. The beginning of the redemption arc for NAVI.
One enemy
Back in on the other side, and Cena's got them all! a 2-0 lead in this series. Koi have to be devastated after that.
Fist bumps. Tricks.